itching to buy here, necessarily, but like I'm not pulling the pin and leaving the party either. I think the cycle's probably got I think more than a year now
Hmm.
is my guess. Uh, I expected to want to be getting out kind of
Yeah, you were
Q1.
saying that a couple
Yeah,
months ago, but you've changed your tune. You
yeah.
know.
No, I just well, it's not so much that it's just that the 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 uh, the economy is basically stated in a kind of a Goldilocks spot where inflation's more or less contained, but unemployment's increasing, and so that's sort of what kind of gives the Fed the ability to make at least a few more cuts, and and then this stuff with Elon has me really curious. Um, you know, we've never actually had a government before with competent people, probably ever, right? Like
No,
this is probably the
government incompetent. I mean, come on, seriously, dude.
and and what it looks like to me is that all the most competent people in the world basically got together and got Trump elected,
Yeah,
and Trump's rewarding them with cabinet positions or special titles like AI and cryptos are,
yeah.
um, and like no other country in the world has that, you know. Uh, so I feel like the U.S. could actually be going through a really tremendous period of outsized returns. So yeah, I'm still pretty bullish, and I think that makes me want to stick around a while longer and see how this goes. It may end in tears, like we may see Trump and Elon have a falling out,
Mm.
in the first month, and you know, I'll be finding the exit very quickly if that happens. So because yeah, I don't if we go back to Trump 1.0, then I don't think I'm going to be as excited about the upside potential. But yeah, it should be.
Well, I mean, we'll stay optimistic here. I mean, how are you positioning yourself? I mean, it seems like, PH has started to position themselves as far as getting ready for potential positive outcomes and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, with respect to Pulse Chain, we only have bad news, right? Like, and that's usually a sign of a bottom, right? And I think this Interpol thing, even though it's sort of, we kind of knew about it months ago. That caused a bunch of panic.
Yeah.
So, um,
Couple bigger guys took a load off, if you want to call it that. Yeah.
yeah, um, and I think that there's probably a good opportunity to buy Hex again now. I'm not saying go do it right this second, but like to me, it looks like a much more compelling buy than a month ago,
Yeah.
when it was more than 2x higher, right? Um, and I think you're going to get a resolution, some way, shape, or form with the SEC situation with Richard within a year, would be my guess. And that can come in a variety of ways. But I don't think they're going to be interested in prosecuting these kind of cases in the new administration. Um, they're just going to look at it as wasteful
Mm.
spending more than anything. Like why are they spending this money on this stupid thing? Like that's a waste of government resources. The problem is these guys have an unlimited budget to just go after all these crypto projects before. So I think you're gonna see them gut the SEC, and they're gonna narrowly define what the SEC is meant to do, which is very specific. We're supposed to be securities. That means that's a fancy way of saying things like stocks and bonds,
Yeah.
which have QSIPs, which is like a serial number.
Mm.
It's like very clear what that is, like to an investment person.
No,
Uh,
not commodities.
it's not like this thing that that doesn't fit in that framework whatsoever. You know, if they wanted to make regulation for crypto, they would have to come up with a totally new type of regulation. Um,
Hmm.
and Congress hasn't given them that authority. So I suspect they're going to sideline the SEC in a big way. So, like, I think that means Richard's trouble with the SEC goes away. Um, the Interpol thing, yeah, I mean that that's just Finland, like wishfully hoping they can steal, half of our SAC money. Like, good luck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good luck.
that's not
Oh
that's not
man.
that's not how this works, Finland. Um, you're not getting that SAC money. That doesn't belong to you, Finland. Um, so yeah. Did you know that Finland was on the German side of World War II? Yeah,
How interesting, yeah?
very very interesting. I think,
Very interesting, yeah.
yeah,
Maybe that's somewhat correlated here,
yeah.
Uh
I'm just saying they've been wrong in the past, and
good point. I like where this is going, point wise. Yeah. Nice.
yeah. So I don't know. Like the Interpol thing is is obviously not good, but um, in any case, I'm sure Richard is.
He says he's
Well,
comfy. He says he's safe. He says
yeah.
he's prepared for this his whole life. Hopefully, it doesn't mean like Steph. 4 days. But
this is
anyways.
this is my whole life project.
But yeah. So SEC stuff. I think that's the only thing we got left here. Whether it's good or bad. I mean, um, did not expect the Interpol stuff, but hey, we roll with the punches, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, we've endured the unendurable. To paraphrase Emperor Hirohito, um, who was also on the German side um, during World War II. I'm getting all of Hitler's allies today. Um, so yeah, we've dealt with pretty much about as bad news as you can get. So, um, but like I said, our real problem isn't any of this SEC stuff either. Our biggest problem is Ethereum actually. Ethereum needs to catch a bid for us to do well, and Ethereum's just really lagged since March. And it's recently started to pick up relative to other things, but only just recently. I suspect that Wall Street and a lot of the kind of serious people that are going to build stuff, it's going to be done on Ethereum and things like Base. They're going to want to have something that's sort of squeaky clean like Base. Some people are going to want to have something that's really squeaky clean like Base. Um, you know, uh, and I think that's you're gonna start to actually see a resurgence of DeFi, because a big part of why nobody's been interested in actually useful crypto is because they've been making it so difficult for
Hmm.
DeFi protocols. They keep giving them Wells notices. The Uniswap guys, whoever, right? They've gone after every single one of them.
Yeah.
So that's really left only, like pump.fun, like meme coin pump and dump scams, you know, because like they never bother going after any of those things because it's, like a whack-a-mole. If you went after one, then another one would just pop up. You want somebody that actually built something valuable because there's like a real property there that you can go after. So I think you'll see these things start to do very well because now suddenly people be like, oh, actually you can do this again, and you can actually it's investable now. Because the real big money investors out there, they're not going to buy, pumped out fun, you know, like explicit named coins.
Fartcoin,
Yeah,
Hawk.
yeah, they're not going to do that.
No.
Did it? Yeah.
I
So
mean, the Trump family even, is kind of showing the way, I guess,
yeah,
in sort of roundabout fashion while launching, an Aave fork on Ethereum, right? Unfortunately, you had to be a certified investor to participate in that because of, regulations in the
right.
US.
Those are the rules.
But I mean, yeah, which sucks, right?
But
Like, first thing
but
I thought was, well, how can I get involved with this? And then it's like, oh, well, fuck me, I'm American, I can't, which is,
you could get involved, but you just need to be richer.
yeah, well, there you go. I mean,
Yeah.
fuck, you know.
So basically, um, this is good news because it means venture capital is going to come back to crypto, right?
Mm,
Venture capital has completely walked away from crypto because
yep.
they could see the government was against it. AI happened, so they've been completely focused on that. So I imagine that we're going to see a rotation back towards like the actual proper useful DeFi type things. So I think we're going to get a little DeFi winner here coming out of this, and that should bode well, I think, for Ethereum. Right. The next factor this cycle has really been Sailor buying and people expecting this BSR, but how much more of that's going to happen.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Somebody
And
needs to forego their publicly traded company to start selling bonds and start buying ETH, and then we'll be golden. Okay.
mm, yeah, no,
Let's start a company real quick. Let's start,
yeah,
let's start that company real quick.
yeah.
Go ahead.
We need to get Chamath to do it. I think he's
Oh
the
yeah, Joth. Yes,
yeah, all that SPAC money he took.
that's the Indian guy, right? The SPAC guy. Yeah.
He's Sri Lankan.
Oh well. Anyways,
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
no, I know.
Was paid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. For someone from Florida, that's probably all the same country too. But
Yeah. I figure he looks like one of my buddies named HB. Yeah, so anyway.
look at this. Conference made the hex price go up already. Fast Abdul.
Nice.
Did somebody start buying just while we were talking? Because I looked at no.
No. Looks the same, but
Don't you dare front run me and start buying before I get a chance to buy. I'm gonna try and buy $1 million worth of hex in sometime in the next month or so. I'm gonna try. If you guys let the price go low enough, um, I might come in and just try to get a massive hex position.
make sure you bridge it all at once and then do an approval.
I got the money.
Thank you later.
The money is sitting in fiat and cash. I don't even have to do that.
There you go. See, look at that. Using DeFi.
Using DeFi. That's right. Yeah. Basically, hex, the greatest great of DeFi coins. You had your chance, Buck. Hexatarian.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to get subpoenaed. I love these comments. So yeah, I think the whole pulse chain situation is probably a bit tough until you see Ethereum turn around. But the OA is basically break even again. A situation where that's a 2x, will feel a lot different.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, sorry to those of you guys that are confused. We have a number of protocols, and I guess we'll talk about that maybe starting now. I guess there's Fiat.io. That's our fork of Aave, and then we have Fame.io, which is our fork of GMX, and we also have a DEX called PHUX.io, where you guys like Fast Abdul have built on top of that with 2PHUX, or maybe they call it 2fucks. I don't know what they call it.
Yeah, they call it 2fucks.
They call it 2fucks. So those are our three main protocols under the PH, what we call the PH ecosystem. Maddie has put the Fame logo with Fiat.io, but that's why maybe that's a little bit confusing. But that's okay. In any case, a bit about us. If you don't know who we are, we're traditional finance guys that happen to be in the RH ecosystem from the beginning. And when we knew that Pulse Chain was coming, we basically got together and built out these sort of DeFi primitives that we knew we would need. And yeah, we're really proud to be in this community. We've had a tremendous experience, over the last, what is it? How many years now? 5?
Yeah,
It's really at the top of the screen.
December of 2019, man.
Yeah, it's annual. Is this? Yeah, so it's actually almost 6 years, right? Yeah.
Yeah, for December of 2025, it'll be 6 years.
Wow. So we'll start to see those. We'll start to see those first emergency end stakes like in a year or two.
Yep. But yeah, quick rundown on Fiat and Fame. Basically, Aave is just a place where you can deposit assets and borrow against them. I use it to manage my debt, right, on chain, and then credit cards. So I borrow against Hex or Pulse or Ink or whatever, borrow stables, send them to Coinbase, etc. And then GMX is basically just DeFi leverage trading, right? So, you can long or short Richard Hart coins, etc. And then PHUX is a DEX. So we all understand what a DEX is. So for those that didn't know.
Yeah, and look, these are some of the more useful third-party protocols on Pulse Chain. They've been running now well for like what over at least a year, right? All three of them.
Oh yeah, over a year. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been pretty battle tested. We lasted more than 4 hours.
Yeah. Yes. No downtime. Very impressive. Yes. I heard there was something in the works.
I mean, there's always things in the works, but I'm not going to discuss that right now.
Okay.
But yeah, we're always working on something. We're not done. So yeah. Someone says Buck is Richard. Another guy writes back, yes, Buck is Richard. He really wants you to leverage trade.
How I found Richard, or one of the things that I remember, was he had a BitMEX ref link long time ago. And he had a YouTube tutorial on how to trade on BitMEX. So
it was literally the reason he went on YouTube in the first place was to shill that link. But
the more you know, guys.
everybody knows the 2020 Richard Hart who was against leverage trading, but they weren't listening to him in 2017 when Dylan and I were, and he was basically shilling BitMEX.
Yeah.
So,
ladies and gentlemen.
So it's true that he says leverage trading is bad now that he's a billionaire, but back in the day he was definitely in favor of it. I mean, the reality is, and I'd like to think Richard would agree with this. Leverage is a very useful thing for people who know what they're doing, right? If you don't understand leverage or why it's useful to be able to short, or margin a position, then you should probably not be doing anything like that. So we never try to go like find school kids and go, hey kid, like come in the alley and leverage trade. I would much rather not do that. I don't encourage people that aren't going to put in the time and energy or bother to understand it. But for whales and people that actually need to take positions or manage their risk, it's a very useful thing. Um, and and that's how we've run the protocol. Like I don't think we've done anything predatory, in that regard ever. People have encouraged us to be predatory, but we've never bought uh, you know done anything like that, and we never will. Um, I think there were a couple guys that were like, yeah, you should pay the influencers to like shill it on the I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. you know not interested in that. um, so yeah, leverage is awesome. It's just that a lot of people who don't know what they're doing can blow themselves up
Yep.
very easily. But in reality, all of finance is leverage. Like corporations all use debt, right? Banks all use debt. What does that mean? It means they're leveraged,
Yep.
right? So are they bad? No, but they've got investment professionals that manage their capital structure and understand what they're doing. And does somebody blow up every once in a while? Yeah, but
Hmm.
by and large, it works just fine. So yeah, Richard oftentimes gives simplistic answers to things like this because he's trying to do the least harm, right? Because it's like these people that want to say, like,
Guns are
guns are
bad.
guns are bad. Let's say it's like if you're stupid and you don't have safety training, you know, and you're like I don't know, reckless in general and like
Hold on,
to
let me clean my gun real quick.
yeah, if you're that kind of person, then you know what, you probably shouldn't play with guns. But like if you're very disciplined and you have the right firearm safety training and you and you have years of experience with it, like who's to say that you shouldn't be handling a firearm. It's a bit like that. um, uh, and yeah, firearms are very useful. Like it's a good thing to have experience with those.
Yep.
uh,
I
you know
carry one. It's sitting right over there. I carry one every day.
hopefully you'll never need it, but like we there's no guarantees that that you won't someday need it. So yeah, leverage is a bit like that as well. um, so yeah, we do have another kind of experimental thing that we've been playing with. Someone mentioned in the chat, betdream.io. Still a beta, but yeah, it's just us toying with the idea of betting markets. We'll probably give that some more love this year. We kind of just brought something out, just kind of simple, to sort of test it out to see what people would think about it. But yeah, not a huge amount of take up on that, but it's still something that interests us a little bit. And we'll probably do more with it in the future, maybe in a different capacity. But that's another little side project, little side hustle that we've got. Um, but yeah, we're really happy to be building on Pulse Chain. This community is a tremendous gift, and we can really thank Richard for that. It's given many of us a home, and we may not be as fast as Solana. We may not be as um, well known as Sui, or you know and we may not even have a CEX listing anymore because Mexi rug pulled the one I paid for. Um, but what we do have is a very good community that is it's surprising to me how we all stick together and are still here, still interested. You know, I think I'm not entirely surprised, but I'm amazed to still see the same people, year in year out,
Yeah.
dialing into these things, and that's valuable. Um, like, because what you need is fervent believers. The tech, we can always steal the tech from someone else, right?
China chain, baby.
We could, we could convert Pulse Chain into a Solana fork. Like, what we've got is the bodies, right? And we do have one of the most spirited communities in all of crypto, and that'll always be the case. Hex Monkey, thank you. I'm glad you're here too, buddy. I don't even know who you are, but I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I met Hex Monkey in Nashville, and I believe in Miami once. But we had a great conversation in Nashville. He's a great guy. So
There
good to
you
see
go.
you, man.
Okay. Oh, there's Maddie.
Hey guys.
How's it going, sir?
Great. Yeah. I have really enjoyed your guys' talk.
Well, we always enjoy being out here, and thank you once again for always doing this, Maddie. It's something we're proud to support, and we're proud to be a official sponsor this year. Although I didn't pay Maddie until like literally a half an hour ago. Like, as I said, I was like basically comatose for the last 4 days, and
Yeah.
I just found out I just lost all my money in Alti as well.
I was laughing really hard, and I wasn't sure if you guys planned that or if you were really actually finding out in real time.
So would you believe that I literally just lost everything? No, I'm kidding. I didn't have any money at Alti. But yeah, no, we love doing this, and we'll always have time, and we're very proud to be Hexicans. And yeah, thanks for having us.
Well, thank you guys so much for supporting the conference and for speaking again this year. Really appreciate you guys.
Cheers.
Thanks for having us, Manny.
Awesome. All right. And we got a transition. Here we go.
All right.
Oh, so can you tell can you tell people where to find more of your content?
Yeah, Dylan, you want to do that one?
Yeah. So you can follow the Twitters. Fiat Crypto, I believe, on Twitter. Fame on Twitter. I mean, you follow my my Twitter, BB_trippin. You can find all that stuff.
Zoomer stuff. You're supposed to be good at this.
And obviously, if you guys have any technical questions, just DM me on Telegram. I'll give you the handheld, walk you through everything at Hexastani on Telegram, and I'll get you in all the chats. I mean, they're pretty easy to find. You just look up Fiat or Fame or whatever. But yeah, I mean, other than that, Buck, leave him alone. Just talk to me, okay? He'll call you a dickhead, and then I'll forward you my information, okay? So
I might actually yell at you if you reach out to me.
So just talk to me, man.
Yeah. Although awesome. Maddie, you're allowed to. You have special permission to message me, but yeah, everybody else don't message me. Yeah, I want to say the new sticker guy, big improvement over the old sticker guy.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, we have Rachel running the backstage because sticker guy's doing his finals.
So good luck, man.
Rachel for 20 minutes before you come on is definitely a much better experience than talking to me for 20 minutes. It's like
right on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna drop some links to your guys' protocol here in the live stream while we do the transition, and we've got our next speaker up. So thanks again for coming on.
Thanks, Manny.
Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a hit restart. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Checking my MetaMask moving. Look at the hex, he's mooning. Looking at why they be choosing. Peter is why they be losing. Pro chains out and get me a check. He's gas up and got me a mess. Remember the times he died collect. Hex had me eating, I'm dying in the best. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's going on?
Great to have you on.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you've actually, so you and I have met in person, and you've been like watching my live streams for years, and you've been in Hex for a long time. Yes, I think this is the first time we're having you on the conference.
Yeah, this is going to be my first year for sure. Yep. But I've been watching for a bunch of years.
Well, really glad to have you on. And I think you also have some slides to present along with this.
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Well, go ahead and hit the present button and see if you can share those, and I'll add it to the screen. And
well, what I was going to do is I have it in my stream, so I can just switch my screen over, and if you full screen me, then I can show it.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Well, I will let you take it away to give your 20-minute talk here.
Awesome. Thanks, Maddie.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right. So my name is Joe, and I'm going to be giving a quick 20-minute talk on crypto design, and really what the vision of what I think crypto is for is that we want humans to live their best story. And I think that happens when you're in control of both your time and your money. And I think that in order for us to bring the next 1 billion people on chain, we really need some better, consistent user experiences. And so my background, just a little bit of background on me. I spent 4 years working at Uber on the self-driving car user interface. So that interface that you see there is the pilot app. And then we also had a passenger app, and I helped build that infrastructure up, and we did over 50,000 rides. I also spent time working at Amazon on this project called the Local Register, which is very similar to a checkout reader that you would use from Square or some other vendor. And we processed millions of transactions through that interface. And then before I worked at those two companies, I spent about 6 years working at DISA, which is responsible for the PKI for all of the government, all the armed services. And so if you think about it, very similar to crypto, it's basically a bunch of people with these little cards. These cards have private keys on them. They use those to log in. They use those to sign transactions. They use those to sign emails. And we were managing over 30 million people on this network. And so I built user experiences across all of these different backgrounds and all these different areas. Now, what I think is the big challenge in crypto right now is what I would call the cold start problem. And what happens is today, somebody hears about crypto, they hear about a token, they go to CMC or some token ranking website, they have a token in mind, but then they don't actually know how to take that token and use it in some sort of dApp. So they have to find a dApp, make sure that dApp supports the protocol that they want, make sure that dApp supports, or that protocol supports the actions that they want, and then make sure that they can find that token again inside the dApp somehow, and then take the action on with that token that they want. Now, this is kind of convoluted, but I'm very visual, so I'm going to go through a bunch of visual examples that will kind of help you understand what I think a good solution is to this. And what I call it is a token set. Now, a token set is a generic representation of a group of tokens along with the actions that can be performed on it, on that set. And so, again, I'm visual, so what does that look like? I'm going to do an example, this first example of just a liquidity pair. Now, in a token set for a liquidity pair, you have some collateral that you deposit, usually it's 2 tokens. You have fees that you earn on that collateral. You have actions that can be performed on that whole token set. So in the Pulse chain example, you would have collateral of wrapped Pulse and Pulse X. Your fees would come back in wrapped Pulse and Pulse X because you get paid fees in the same thing that your collateral is in. And then you would have actions about what you can do to perform on this token set. So since a liquidity pair is an NFT, you can send and receive it. You can burn it if you want to burn the liquidity. You can claim the fees that you've earned from your collateral. So you can claim the wrapped Pulse and Pulse X. You can deposit more collateral. You can withdraw your collateral, or you can deposit this whole liquidity pair into a farm and farm some sort of incentive token, for example. So this is kind of the structure of what a token set would look like. And so if you're a developer, it looks very similar to this. You've got a token set, there's a list of tokens that come in, there's a list of tokens that come out, and there's actions that are associated with this entire set. Now, what I'm going to do right now is go across 10 examples, and these are all in the Pulse Chain ecosystem of different token sets. So the first one we're going to cover is Pulse Chain, and the native token for PLS is the native token for Pulse Chain. And so this is a token that you can buy. So you could go to an on-ramp and buy it or sell it. You can also send it and receive it. And then if you want to earn with Pulse Chain, you can deposit it into a stake. You can deposit it as credit, so on like a lending platform, or you can deposit it as liquidity in some sort of decentralized exchange. So all of those features are actions that you can perform on the Pulse Chain coin. And you don't have to know which dApp you're going to. You just have to realize that underneath, a developer has hooked this up to the right protocol, and they can call the right action that you want to perform. Now, another token, this is PulseX, which is the governance token for the PulseX decentralized exchange. And this has different actions on it. So you can send and receive it just like any other ERC20, but it also has the ability to vote on governance decisions that can be proposed by PulseX. So this has an extra feature of voting. And then again, you can also deposit it to stake it. Now, this is another token, an ERC20 that is Hex, and what this entire conference is built around. And so Hex has sending, receiving, and then its most prominent feature, which is staking. Now, if you were to go in and click on Hex and click stake, your token action, your token set would be a different set. So once you have a Hex stake, you now have a different view of what your stake is showing. So an active Hex stake has Hex going in, but then coming out, you have Hex as the first asset, but then there are other assets that are actually bundled to the Hex stake that you may or may not even know about. But if the developer who builds the token set knows about them, they can include those. So every Hex stake is automatically earning Hedron, and every Hex stake is automatically earning Communist. You just may not know that. Now, if you had a token set, you could say click mint and mint the Hedron that's available, or click claim and claim the Communist that's available for that Hex stake. You can also withdraw your Hex stake, or it would be an end stake, or you can pause your Hex stake, which would be the equivalent of good accounting. So in the example that we showed earlier, we had a liquidity pair. Well, if you take your liquidity pair and deposit it into a farm, you would then end up with a yield farm. And so this is where you have a liquidity pair of Pulse and PulseX going in, and then the output token is the incentive token. And so you can send this yield farm, you can claim out of the yield farm, so claim your incentive token. You can deposit more of the token pair in, or you can withdraw your tokens from the farm. This is another one. This is Hedron, which is actually an NFT. And so what this does is this wraps a Hex stake in an NFT and it allows it to be traded. So the input would be a Hedron stake instance, or Hex stake instance, sorry. And then what would come out would basically be the same thing that would be encapsulated in a Hex stake. So the token actions that are on Hedron are the same token actions that are on a Hex stake. But you can also send and receive this Hedron stake instance or Hex stake instance because it is it's transferable, unlike a default Hex stake or a plain Hex stake. Now, this one is actually pretty interesting. This is the Maxi token from Maximus DAO. And so what happens is if you stake this token, it pays you out in a basket of tokens. So you have Hex coming out, you've got Maxi coming out, and you've got Hedron coming out, but you also receive some perpetual stakes. So there's a 1 year, 3 year, 7 year, and 10 year perpetual stake that you also receive earnings in. And then you also have this Maximus team token. So what you can do is you can just withdraw the stake, or you can claim all of your rewards that are within the window, the claiming window for the Maximus DAO stake. Now, this is an example of liquid loans, which is a fork of Liquidity, but it basically allows you to borrow against your Pulse. So you can deposit Pulse into liquid loans and you can get USDL out at a collateral ratio. So you deposit and then you can claim your USDL. You can repay your loan. So basically repay what you've deposited. You can deposit more collateral or you can withdraw your collateral. And those are all part of the liquid loans protocol. There's also fiat. And fiat is a fork of Aave. So for example, let's say you wanted to earn yield on your stable coin, you could deposit some USDC in and you could earn some yield out back in USDC. And this allows you to claim your yield, deposit more collateral, or withdraw collateral. There's also PHUX, which is a fork of Balancer, and it allows you to deposit a basket of coins at specific ratios. So you've got 3 tokens coming in, 3 tokens coming out. It's like a more advanced liquidity pool. And then you can also do the same things where you can claim, you can deposit more collateral, or you can withdraw collateral. So where we are today is that you've got all of these disparate websites with all of these disparate user interfaces. And in the future, where I believe we should be going towards is this nice consistent interface where you can see exactly what's going on with your hex stakes or with your Pulse or PulseX or any token that's an ERC20 or something smarter like a smart contract. You should be able to visually see and easily interact with it without having to dig into a bunch of different dApps. And we can also do the same thing on mobile. We can have a very simple user interface that's just a list of all of your tokens, and you just long press and you just return back what people want to see. And this is very flexible. So if you do run a dApp that has a very specific experience, like maybe you're running liquid loans and you only want to show things that are related to liquid loans, you can have your token sets only be the token sets that you care about within the ecosystem that you're in. It's all fully customizable. So again, the vision that we have is that we think humans live their best story. And we think that happens by being in control of your time and your money. And crypto is the best way for you to be in control of your money, which will hopefully allow you to gain control of your time. And so we want to build experiences that make it super easy for anybody to come into crypto and actually have a great experience and stay in the ecosystem and really have that holistic experience that keeps people around and keeps people engaged. And so I want to say thanks. I'm pretty much at Joe Blau on every platform. So I'm on X, GitHub, Discord, and Telegram at Joe Blau. And that is the end of my presentation.
Cool. So we're going to take just a minute or two now to let the next group get loaded up here into the StreamYard. But can you say a little bit more about how you first learned about Hex or what really sold it for you?
I actually heard about Hex from the interview with Tone Vase and the lawyers that were talking to Richard. So I actually had been following Richard in 2017 or 2016. And I kind of got more excited about the Ethereum ecosystem. And I think at that time, Richard was, talking about SegWit 2x versus, what was it? It was like the 2x versus the SegWit versus 2x was the battle at the time. And I just really wasn't interested in that. And so I kind of just stopped listening to everybody in the Bitcoin ecosystem. And then I think in 2019, I ended up moving back to California. And when I got back to California, I was like, man, I wonder how Richard, I was wondering how Tone Vase was doing. And so I went to go find a video with him. And the first video that I saw, it was November of 2019, was this video of him against Richard. And I was like, what is going on? I was like, these guys used to be best buddies and now they're yelling at each other. And so I heard about it then. And I was just kind of looking at different projects from earlier in that year. And so I think on the second day, I did one of my first stakes.
Nice. Yeah. Cause that was the actual day that Hex launched. Mm-hmm. When Richard, being extremely sleep deprived, went on this 3 or 4 hour live stream. And it's funny because Hexologist, he has just recently in the past week announced that he's going to be streaming every single day for 365 days. and he was going to replay that stream with like his own commentary, I think today or tomorrow or something. So
Hexologist was the first. If it wasn't for Hexologist, I probably would have never stuck around. I'll be honest with you, because I think like 2 days, maybe on day 5 or day 6, I somehow found Hexologist streams, and I probably watched those for like a year straight, like through the Ninja Guineas and the Ninjets and all that he went through. I followed him through the whole thing. So if it wasn't for him, I probably, yeah, exactly, yeah. He was definitely instrumental in kind of keeping me like up to date with what was going on, because I'd just kind of come back into the ecosystem, so I didn't know anybody. I didn't really know what was going on. But yeah, if it wasn't for Hexo, I would not have known anything. And he really was. Yeah. He was like the linchpin that kind of kept me engaged, and he was very entertaining. He's still very entertaining.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, drop some lemons in the chat if you remember what that's about, with D Live and Ski Cat.
Ski Cat, that's right. Ski Cat with the Ninja Guineas and the Ninjas.
Yeah. Cool. Well, it's been great having you on the conference, and I noticed the chat was really enthusiastic about your talk, so definitely awesome. Well done. And
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna hit the transition screen here, and we'll bring up our next panel. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks so much for having me on, Maddie, and this is an amazing conference. Thanks for putting it together.
Thanks. Yeah.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. Now, we're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. So I'm like, bet, how can I invest? He said if you got MetaMask, brother, you set. Now don't forget to write your seed words down. Not your keys, not your crypto, bet. So I step, Richard is a vet. Retired at 23, traveling in jets. He writes self-help books, especially his new book.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yo, Maddie.
Hey, Maddie.
I'm really excited to have you guys on. You all bring a different perspective, and nice to meet you, Shill Gates.
It's nice to meet you too, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you on Hex Therapy sometime, so we can talk more individually. But I'm gonna let you guys take it away here as your panel, and then I'm gonna give Crypto Coffee a call and make sure that he's got his time right and everything. But thanks for being on the Hex conference.
Thanks for having us, man.
Thanks, Maddie. It's always a pleasure.
Love that you do this. I gotta say, 3 years ago, I was watching the Hex conference online. I missed out on the Las Vegas Hex conference at that time, and there's nothing more. As a person who got into Hex in 2020, I really wanted to be a part of the community, and I didn't know how to do it. I'm like, man, I missed out. And then I ended up going, I've been following Maddie and his conferences. And then I went to the 2022 Hex conference in Vegas, where they had like 550 people there. It was amazing. And, hats off to Maddie. People talk about community here. Talk about connecting community members, because I feel like Maddie has, we have the community, but he's also connected the community so we can actually get to know each other and expand beyond just, people talking about Pulse Chain, Hex, talking about the community itself and the coins, but we have a personal connection that is it's hard to comprehend how amazing this is. There's no other community like it, to my knowledge. I mean, I know there's other communities that have a similar, density of community and number of members, but we are just rocking it. So, and that was really made available because of Maddie's propensity to have conferences.
Totally, Frank. Yeah. I mean, this panel, I think, is called Having Fun with Hex, or continuing having fun with Hex. And the community is, I think, a big aspect of the whole thing, of why we're having fun. And Maddie is like, putting us in different combinations on the conference. And then you meet actually new Hex people that you have never met before. So Shillgate, is quite new to the community. Frank, I actually don't really know you, so it's really fun to see you and that you're actually around for a longer time. And yeah, like community is a big part. And I started doing stats and charts for the community a long time ago, but definitely in the most recent years, it became more advanced. And the interaction that I have with all of you guys through that is a lot of fun for me. Gates, how did you find the community aspect? Did you find it also so fun, and that's why you came?
Yeah, that's like one of the main selling points for me, right? Because I obviously understand, like I have a background in crypto, so I understood like what was built and how cool all the actual tech was. But then when Hexologist first rated one of my tweets and the whole community kind of just swarmed behind him, I was like, what is this? Like, how has this been existing like under my nose all this time and I didn't know about it? So I think the greatest strength of Postchain is the community. And the coolest thing about crypto as a whole is that these communities and these bonds exist. Like, think about the stock market, right? Like, you don't have this same type of culture based around Tesla stock or something, like it's just so much different. And there's so much more passion and just networking and amazing people that you can connect with and build friendships with while you're also making money. It's just really cool.
Do you think also that Hex is still fun as a newcomer to the community?
Yeah, like for me, I'm not technically a nerd, but like I'm a learning nerd. Like I love learning new things. So there's been so much stuff that I've had to like pack into my brain in a very short time. And I love like just digging in and picking things apart like that. So I think it was very exciting, like learning about what a 5555 stake was and staking ladders, and then all the cool different things with Pulse Chain and just the OA. Like I'm still learning new stuff every day because I made a tweet about this. I think a lot of Hexicans kind of take for granted all the knowledge they've absorbed over the years, just kind of living through these phases. And as a newcomer, like I'm trying to rapidly onboard all that into my mind. And it's like there's a lot to learn. So I'm constantly learning.
That's interesting you say that. Can I just call you a shill?
Yeah, that's fine.
So how does it look from, and this is just my perspective, like you're coming in this in the last, 6 to 8 weeks or so?
Yeah, it's a little over a month that I've been here now.
And I look at this and go, what an opportunity. And I also see, like, call it what you want, EHEX, PHEX, but there's a brand new chart with PHEX. And we know that EHEX did a 10,000X from the bottom. And as a newcomer coming in, did you have a prep? Did you only hear about Hex? Did you without the baggage that we have is, I don't want to say it as baggage, but without the baggage we have as people who've been in Hex from the inception nearly. I mean, I was in pre big payday. What do you see? What do your eyes see about the Hex, PHEX? Like, what do you focus on?
Yeah, so I made the mistake of stirring up this hornet's nest once before in a tweet because I didn't know they were so. Oh, hey, what's up, Coffee?
What's going on, everybody?
How you doing, buddy?
Mr. Coffee?
Thanks for waiting.
What's up, bro? But yeah,
good to see everybody.
You too.
Good to see you too.
In terms of the EHEX PHEX thing, like I had no idea that it was such a big deal, and I made a tweet about it. I was like, why are people still messing with EHEX? Like, isn't it because typically in crypto, when you migrate chains, like you kind of just kill the old contract and that's it. Nobody really messes with it anymore. Like it was a placeholder for the new ecosystem and the new chain. So to me, as a new person, it was very confusing where I was like, okay, well, there's this faction that still supports eHex, and then most people seem to be migrated over to pHex, and Richard's kind of been indecisive about it. Like, he made tweets saying that pHex is the real hex, but then he also makes tweets saying that, you know, eHex is ranked top 5 in MetaMask and he loves it expensive everywhere. So it's like, it's confusing to newcomers, I think. And I think that I'm not necessarily taking a side. Like, I understand both arguments, but to me, I think pHex should technically be hex because it's on Richard's blockchain. Like, that just makes the most sense to me. And then also, you're kind of splitting your buying power in the sense that now all the money isn't flowing to pHex, it's flowing between eHex, pHex, PLS, PLSX, and Inc. So I don't know. For me, like, I think it creates a lot of confusion. A lot of people that come to me to talk trash to me about supporting hex, they always show me the eHex chart instead of the pHex chart. So to them, they believe that hex is down really bad when it's actually not as bad as they're portraying it to be. And even on CoinMarketCap, like, the actual word hex still points to eHex, and the pHex says pulse chain in parentheses, which to somebody that doesn't know, they're not going to say, oh, that's the real one. You know what I mean? Like, so it's a lot to unpack. And as a newcomer, like, I feel like I picked it up pretty quick, but that's because I have 10 years in crypto. Like, to somebody that's brand new to crypto, I think it's going to be very confusing.
And I think part of that is also why sometime, you know, with the infamous eHex kill tweet, people talk about Richard's tweet where he's like, oh, the market has decided. He was kind of experimenting. I think people, you know, Richard Hart's a human, right? Not a god, although he might be a smart guy. Like, you do have to sometimes run experiments to see what works, what doesn't. And I'm not writing off eHex, but I think what he was hoping originally was that everybody would bridge it over the eHex and then pair it to the pHex, right? But then there was this kind of diffusion of responsibility because everybody was also theorizing, oh, well, what if the OA just does it? Theoretically, the OA could just peg, right? And then we can't really just sit around and hope and pray that he is going to do that if people are just going to jeet their bags. I mean, we saw an eHex pHex farm in the early days. That farm was pulled out because Richard noticed a lot of people emergency unstaking their eHex and pHex just to go join this yield farm, defeating the whole point of hex. So I think, like, from his eyes, as close as I can get to the, you know, what he might say, and obviously we don't know because he's not here, but you know, he wants people to bridge it over. That's the whole reason he invented Pulse Chain, right? And I think we were all hoping that there'd be more of a liquidity bonding situation going on, but after that wasn't happening, you know, it's been almost 2 years now. There's only $1.8 million of liquidity in the EX pHex pair. So in the early days, I would talk about, hey guys, we can bond these together. It seemed like not a lot of people ended up doing that. So I ended up, like, eating a shit ton of impermanent loss there, which is fine. You know, it's my decision, not pointing any fingers or anything. But I guess if it's too complicated for the market to figure out this bonding strategy, I think Richard probably just decided, let's call this a migration, not like a copy. And that's not to say one day he'll just change his mind and go back too, right? One day he could just wake up and say, all right, let's see what we can do with this eHex now that all the Jeets have Jeeted. I mean, it's still savable. It's never going to go away. You can't destroy it. So I've still got my stakes. Never emergency ended the stakes, but it's highly confusing. So I definitely agree. You know, sticking and concentrating economic energy on a lower amount of coins, it makes it easier to pump. And maybe eHex goes up along for the ride. Maybe. But again, that takes liquidity bonding and people to actually bridge it over, pair it together. So we'll see what happens.
And, you know, based on what you just shared, Coffee, and what Shillam just shared, beginner's mind. Like, if somebody comes into Pulse Chain with hex in mind and they think hex pulse, that's their prerogative. Like, they don't have the, and I'm going to say it again, I don't want to say baggage, but they don't have the backstory that we have about hex and EHEX.
Or the emotions. Like
Yeah.
I don't mean this in a negative way, but you guys are emotionally attached because that's what you fell in love with. So like for it to migrate and change, like I've had people literally tell me that if it switched and the old contract died, that's hex failing. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. Like it went to a better chain.
Well, there's also the aspect that a lot of hex OGs went into hex because it was a smart contract and they trusted the smart contract from the get-go. And they also think, and I also am a little bit going in that direction, that I feel that it has to work in itself. So even if you copy it, it should work, and it should work further on, not just technically, but kind of socially, and that there should be value. And yes, Ethereum is more expensive, and yes, you can get much cheaper stakes on Pulse chain, but it does not mean that hex on Ethereum should be dead. And I think that the design of hex is especially made that it should never die, because of the yield that should increase when people are getting out. So there should be always kind of like an opportunity to pick up eHex and get a bigger yield. And when you look at how the data is looking, eHex and pHex, they kind of go hand in hand. So when there is more staking in eHex, there's more staking in pHex. There's only a difference in ratio, which is usually something like 10% eHex and 90% pHex.
I have a question
all
for
of
you
the
about
different statistics.
Do you think that that's people, like the same person is just hedging that's causing that rate? Like let's say 10 people are staking pHex. Do you think they're also staking eHex because they believe in both so much, or do you think it's just naturally occurring?
It's it's different. The eHex stakers are mostly old school stakers.
Right.
In eHex, there was like the active staker amounts is actually decreasing, but there are some old stakers who are sticking and picking up a lot of eHex supply and are staking it. And in pHex, there are definitely more new people. And yeah, I don't see much of doing it both at the same time. There are some, but not that many.
Do you at least can you at least see that it's very confusing to somebody new coming in? Like even like the MEXC delisting that just happened, that Coffee so graciously helped spearhead getting listed there. Like their hex was eHex, like it wasn't pHex. So like there's just
I didn't realize that,
yeah.
but we actually only got PLS listed on there, so hex must have been, I guess eHex must have
they had
been on there.
they had eHex and PLS listed.
I didn't even know they had eHex. So I mean, that just goes to show you that's kind of a legacy. Like I know Poloniex has eHex, and some of these random exchanges still have eHex because of back in the day. But yeah, I agree. It's so much easier just to point someone when they're asking which hex do you want to buy. I'm gonna tell them pHex first because that's the one you can actually stake. That's the one where if you get the liquidity on chain, it pumps up Pulse chain too. It's just better to have money on chain and focus on one. But if people do want to eventually revive or tie eHex to some other coin, I know UFO is trying to do some cool stuff. I think the main moral of the story is that, like, why pay all this gas money, right? If you look at the gas paid by eHex users still today, I mean, over the past couple of years, what is it, like $30 million or something? That could have just gone into pumping. You can look at this up on Etherscan. You can look up the exact stats of like total gas used in the Hex smart contract. It's some crazy high number. And it's like
a lot of the people that I talked to when I proposed the question before I understood what I was getting myself into, they said that a lot of their eHex stakes are what Ben was saying, like their original OGs, so they stick with the contract that they knew and loved, but also they believe that a fix for ETH is coming that's going to fix the gas fees, so they feel like they're going to benefit off that play.
That's not like I heard that argument, but I don't think so. Like
I'm with you
anytime soon. not
I
anytime
agree.
soon.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But that's what they were telling me. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, I
that
think in
is
5 years, maybe realistically, like, because there was an EIP that's supposed to fix gas, but like not anytime soon. You're right.
for sure. Like the real sharding that they wanted to do got always delayed, and they're not actually working on it. So the Ethereum's like close solution to fees is this roll-up centering future, which is now for the next 3-4 years, I would maybe 3. That's their focus. And if they don't focus on the real sharding issue, then it will just take a long time. But there is currently a sentiment in Ethereum to rethink actually the roadmap. I mean, that's my impression.
I mean,
Yeah,
they do have
ETH's
some of the
rough.
best developers. So,
It's so hard to use. Like, I literally cringe every time I have to use ETH at this point. Just because, like, I'm looking at the amount of money that's being wasted when I could use almost literally any other blockchain and not have to spend that much. And it's like, why am I doing this?
Yeah, I mean, the panel is called fun, right? Fun about having. And when I use
ETH is not
Ethereum,
fun.
ETH is not fun. When I end stake or when I stake on Ethereum, I have to go and calculate things. So if I stake on Ethereum, I want to make sure that my stake is coming out in summer, because in summer nobody's really using the blockchain that much.
Right.
So it's a pro tip if you want to save on some gas fees and you want to use Ethereum.
And then time of day in the week, like you just have to factor in all these things, and it's like, why am I doing this?
It's money management, and if you have to do a lot of things, and it's not fun. And Pulse Chain is really fun, I have to say. Like, using it now for a long time, it's just easy. It's like Ethereum in the early days. You don't
That's
really
what
think
I've been
about the
saying.
fees.
This is what we were talking about backstage. I started my crypto journey as an ETH miner in the early days of ETH. So like for me, like seeing this forked copy of ETH and kind of getting like a fresh start on it is super exciting. And that's what really brought me in, like Hex and all that too. But to me, the biggest selling point was Pulse Chain.
Yeah, you know, like we were talking about backstage, I had a friend of mine who missed out on Ethereum, and he really was just pining. He was just agonizing over the fact that he didn't get in Ethereum at 33 cents, and it was, I don't even remember what it was, $2,000 at the time, and he could have done it. And that really hit me, because I'm like, because Pulse Chain was launching about the same time, and I was like, you know what? I got an opportunity to get into Pulse Chain. I have an opportunity to get into Ethereum, when he was complaining about not being able to get into Ethereum. And I know this is not Ethereum, but it's a fork of Ethereum. And that's exciting. I mean, just following the breadcrumbs that you learn along the way in crypto, I'd looked at it like a sign of synchronicity to get into Pulse Chain. And then the other thing too that I noticed too is, and I wrote this down, like, I think the people in the Pulse Chain community are attached. And this is so great, Shillum, because the people in the Pulse Chain community, myself, as I've observed, having been in this community since 2020, we're attached to our point of view about p-hex or e-hex, or p-DAI versus DAI, right? And what happens is there's something called polarized hatred. So I've heard so many incredible people, like Menson type people, describe the theories behind how p-DAI can work and how it won't work, right? I've heard both sides. And what I'm saying is that don't get caught up in the hatred of, my idea is better than yours. No, this is going to work. Don't get caught in the righteousness of of your point of view, because it will bring you down to Twitter status. Twitter is, when you get on Twitter, get your helmet on, get your glasses on, get your hazmat suit. This is not what we're about. We're about love. We're about community. We're about sharing the community. And it's like, just notice yourself getting into those conversations where you're right and they're wrong. If you do that, it's going to be a challenge. But so, like Shillem, he doesn't have any memory of EHEX. He got in, like pulse chain, PHEX, like he doesn't know any of that stuff. And the only reason it shows up is because of who we are, of our legacy in being in the community. So just watch yourselves, be careful, PHEX, EHEX, PDI, just, there's so many great theories. May the best theory win.
It's not worth being divisive over, for sure.
Yeah. Plus, I can only speak for me. Like, I love an opportunity to be wrong because I look at it as a learning experience, right? Like, I'm constantly open to new things, which is what brought me here. If I was closed off and playing on a team, I'd be like, oh, forget Richard. He's a scammer. Like, I'd buy into the main narrative of crypto proper, like as a whole. So for me, like, I love when somebody can come and educate me on something and be like, here's why you might be wrong. And then I'm willing to accept that I was wrong and just kind of use that as a learning experience to grow.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of misplaced anger out there too. Cause it's like, we should be getting along.
Sports.
You know, we gotta like realize we should be angry at the system itself, the system that we're trying to actually recreate, like the financial system, like, or even just the haters outside of the ecosystem, right? Like, there's so much, I don't even want to say like a positive outlet for the anger, but, so I feel like sometimes people get wrapped up in these arguments and then some outsider looks at us and they're like, what the hell are you even talking about? Like, I don't care. I don't know any of this. I'm just going to, move along here. But
well, I mean, that was me when I came in with PDI, right? Like, everybody is in my time. Like, what do you think about PDI? Tell us now. And I'm like, what the fuck is PDI? Like, I didn't even know what was going on. So it's like, I knew what DI was, but I didn't know what P was.
Yeah.
Like,
meanwhile, we're all getting psyoped by fucking BlackRock and the SEC and like,
right.
So
but that goes to your point as well, too, because I have had a lot of internal anger at the greater crypto community cheering on government overreach that's negatively impacting Richard just because they don't like Richard. And it's like that team sports mentality, like they're the other guys. But it's like, I don't understand that. We're all here for the same common goals of decentralized finance.
Richard didn't play their game. He didn't wear the suit and the tie and have a LinkedIn profile and pretend to be somebody, right? He spoke directly to the people. And look, I get it. Like, he seems like a scammer from face value. You see a guy twerking in a Gucci suit. You say that guy's probably a scammer. Look at all this stuff he's buying. Like, what an asshole. But then you realize that he's the one telling you guys what the actual problem is, pointing out the actual scams, like Celsius, Luna, things that steal your private keys from you, things that actually rugged and got rid of everybody's money. So there's a lot of anger at him for telling the truth when all these other people are trying to make centralized systems that are just the new boss, same as the old boss kind of thing. So
I think that's where I benefit, though, because I knew Richard before the Gucci, before the twerking. Like, I knew him when he was a much more serious, like, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong person. Not that he's not serious now, but like, when he did all that, I knew what he was doing. Like, it was attention grabbing, it was marketing, it was all like, but I knew the more reserved, like, calm, like, well-spoken Richard that was just constantly like exposing everything on his live stream.
Yeah, like I remember when Richard was asked before. No, he was told, "Thank you, Richard, for making crypto fun again." And Richard was like, I didn't design hacks to be fun, but he's really happy about that we're all having fun. And I think the funness came just, because of this decentralized interaction. All of a sudden, you were able to do yield like in a decentralized way. And whenever I interact with blockchain in a new way, I find it to be exciting and it's fun. And if it's a big idea, then you're just getting attacked. I think hacks is really, really, really one of the big ideas. It's maybe the third biggest ideas in blockchain. If you get Bitcoin the first, yeah, to be just decentralized store of value. Then you get Ethereum as to be a settlement system where you can write all sorts of code in it. And then the third big idea, I think, is just interest and yield. And when you have such a big idea and you make it actually happen, you make it great and you make it fun, then you're getting attacked and you see what's happening.
Thanks for bringing it back to the whole fun thing, Ben. Like bringing this, because that's what this panel's about, right?
Got to do the weave.
This whole conference is part of the fun. I mean, I went to the conference in 2020. I met Coffee at the conference. That was fun. I'm like, man, I want to be a part of this conference. I remember looking at myself
Fellow
going,
Chicago guy.
What's that?
You're a fellow Chicagoan.
Fellow Chicagoan, exactly. And I just remember, in fact, I was trying to be a part of the community at that time. And, I'm an author. I wrote a book on how to find your soulmate. And I had a conversation with Coffee and I was like, I'd like to be I was an early kind of a YouTuber, early streamer, early, like in the early 2000s. I know I'm dating myself, but I was like, but it mainly attracts women. And he's like, it's mostly dudes in crypto. He's like, 80, I'm like, my audience was 85% women, and the crypto's audience is 85% men. So I was like, well, I got to figure out how to gently get into this community, because that was fun for me. I wanted to be a part of the community. So, I mean, I invite anybody right now listening to, if you want to be a part of the community, start coming to the conferences. I know Richard's, like, don't go to conferences, whatever. Or
go to conferences.
Go to conferences. You, especially, look, it's so much fun to go to the conferences. You meet people that are streaming. You get to know people. Our intellectual paths cross. We can share information, and I don't know where I'm going with this, but
community, fun, networking.
That's part of what makes it fun.
Yeah.
But that's what I was saying is we can all get girlfriends if we're lucky this cycle.
We're all finally gonna get girlfriends.
But it feels like we're part of something real. It feels like obviously it's more fun when the prices are up, right? I'm having a much better time when the number is high, not low. But it does feel like we're doing something meaningful with purpose. The reason crypto was invented, it doesn't it feels like it's grassroots, it's a movement, it's a whole thing that's disorganized, decentralized, but still has this, it's almost like you were saying, Chillgates, a fresh start. It's a do-over. Imagine being in Ethereum in day one or Bitcoin in like year 5, right? It's a fresh start, because what's happening in mainstream crypto now is they're selling right back out to the powers they were invented to subvert.
Well, like crypto has an ethos, right? Like it has a common shared goal amongst most of the supporters that things like TradFi just don't have. So it's really cool to network with all these people that are similarly like-minded to you in their beliefs about social structure or government or, corruption and stuff like that. So it's a really unique opportunity to make people that you have make friends with people that you can have deep bonds with and deep understandings of, and then also have fun with. Like crypto conferences are fun.
Yeah. You're muted, Coffee.
Coffee, I wanted to especially ask you, how do you keep like hacks fun for you on a long term? Because the first fun part is something that Shill said at the beginning, that you get to know the contract, you get all of the different, you get into T-shares, you get into 5555. And once you learned and mastered everything, and about other things, you start thinking about other things, obviously. So there's a fun at the beginning to understand the whole aspect. Then there's the fun in the community maybe. But once you're kind of doing it on a regular basis, which you are doing it like from the get-go, how do you keep it for yourself like fun?
I wish I had the answer, man. It gets fucking brutal sometimes. Like this last month was not my idea of a good time. I don't like seeing a guy that I respect, falsely accused on Interpol and being associated with like going home for, Christmas and, you can't talk about the whole crypto thing because everyone's gonna be like, hey, what the hell's going on? Like, what do you questioning your life choices. But I think at the end of the day, it's just that we know what we're doing is right. We know the long-term vision. And not only are we going to hopefully make a lot of money, but help other people get free too. And not have to be told what to do or, pay these extortion fees to governments to live, some kind of a social credit score kind of life. Cause I don't think where we're going, if you stay in the little matrix pod, that it's going to be that enjoyable. So we've got to, branch out and do stuff that I think can help people at scale, like, whether it's longevity or fixing the money. These big kind of lofty goals make life more fun in general, but it's not like every day is all sunshine and rainbows. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I was gonna
Definitely
say
not.
the same too. I can't speak for coffee, but like I've been doing this for a long time, like being Shill Gates, quote unquote, whatever. And obviously I've been around the block in crypto, and it does. There are times where it starts to get dull or boring, or you get burnout and stuff like that. But I think for everybody here, we're all in our own way content creators. And that to me is the most fun part, is coming up with new ideas for way to present things, or like going on people's streams and just interfacing with the community and like kind of digging into the news and like, how can I clip this and do commentary on it? Like that all excites me too.
Yeah, and the realness of the community itself. Randy Hilarski did a stream a couple nights ago that was beautiful. He lost his father recently, and he was crying at the beginning of the stream. I mean, that is the beauty of this community. You can wear your heart on your sleeve. You can be who you want to be. You can do the full spectrum of emotions that we have and the intellectual part of it as well, and share it with the community. That's real. People love that. That is just like, and there was no apology. He didn't even need to apologize. It's like, dude, you're that was the sentiment, not only with what he was going through, likely with his father, but how he was feeling about crypto. Like you said, Matt, our Crypto Coffee, it's like, it's not fun. This last month hasn't been fun. It's been a challenge. And I think I think being authentic about how things really are with this ecosystem it's fun. If you
Think about it. These are the trials and tribulations. These are like, you get to be the hero in the story that you make up for yourself. Because one day you could say, yeah, I battled the SEC. I got subpoenaed and told them to fuck off and all this stuff. It's like, you can say, to your future kids, hey, where were you during the crypto thing? Oh, I was hopefully playing my cards right. And that's why you're a trust fund baby. Congratulations. I'm just kidding. But we can treat our life a little bit more than 9-to-5 rat race. We have a little bit more of a, even if a lot of us, like myself included, we're doing a 9-to-5 and doing this on the side, right? It's just something like to give that spark of hope where it's like not so soul crushing.
Yeah, and the one thing, like, way that I try to live my life is the yin and yang of the world, right? Like, you wouldn't be able to appreciate the good times if it wasn't for the bad. Like, you have to know what bad feels like to know what good is. So we're all going through this and feeling horrible, like being down, but when the good times come, it's gonna feel that much sweeter.
Yeah.
It's kind of like dating. When you date people that you're like, why did I date that person? And then you actually find the right one. You knew that you needed that contrast for dating that person in order to find the right one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And even though we went down and it was a hard time and there were things actually happening that were not nice, money was lost. But in all of that, Hex made a green candle for the last year.
Yeah.
And it's great, because we were going down for a long time, but now kind of the metrics show that everything slowed down. It's really hard to press the price under these levels.
Well, the other thing to piggyback off that real quick was, like, coming in as a newcomer, the thing that impressed me was understanding that there is an active SEC lawsuit and Hex still did like a 7x, even with that before the Interpol FUD. So like that's impressive.
The market has
Because
decided not to give a fuck.
I'm European. Who's the SEC? I don't know them.
Who's Interpol,
They're
bro? I
watching
don't know
you
who your
too,
Interpol
bro.
thing is over there. You guys got a weird little police brigade.
Yeah, I mean it's getting also nasty over here. Yeah, with
Do you mind saying where you're from in Europe? It's okay to say no.
Don't be Finland.
I'm originally from Hungary.
Cool.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
I don't suppose a man pushed you down the stairs recently and grabbed you by the hair.
No. That's only happening in Finland. I heard. No, just making fun. But by the way, there is actually a Hungarian hex community. It's really impressive how many small community guests you get in different nations. And there is one. So shout out to the Hungarian hex community. They have a podcast even in Hungarian on YouTube with maybe something 300, 500 followers. I think 500 followers. So yeah.
That's
nice.
cool. I love, I was there in 92. It was so much fun. I went to Lake Balaton, went to, what do you call it? What's the capital? Bucharest?
Budapest.
Budapest, sorry. That was so much fun. And yeah, so, and Norbert Nagy, who is in Corey Geary's, he comes on stream on Fridays for Open Mark Fridays. He lives in England, but he is also a Hungarian. So yeah, shout out to the Hungarian community.
Yeah, really cool to see the global kind of communities coming up. We've got Asians, somebody almost in probably every European country. You know, a couple of people. We've got the number one Albanian streamer. You know, it's who? Why can't I'm blanking on her name right now? You guys know who it is?
I know.
Yori. Yeah,
yeah.
Yori.
Oh yeah, yep.
She's the number one streamer in that entire country. Just so you guys know.
For crypto?
Yeah.
Or it's a global connection. Like I talk to people in different parts of the world every day at this point now, and it's all because of Pulse Chain. Like I'm talking to somebody from Germany, I'm talking to somebody from Amsterdam, I'm talking to somebody from Sweden, China. Like it's just bringing people together from across the globe, and that's really exciting.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind some more Chinese people. It's hard with the language barrier, but that's a big country over there, you know.
Oh yeah, for
that's
sure.
Our least, you know,
a lot of buying power.
We should get that text soon, the real translation. I mean, we were experimenting, I think, last year with
Total Dog. Total Dog was doing it.
Yeah, I think that's coming in general, like for any platform. I think like a standard feature where on YouTube you will just like switch to a different language.
Shillem, coming in from Ethereum, like how, like we're the entire community is so glad to have you from a new beginner's mind, fresh mind perspective. What attracted you? I mean, I'm trying to ask this question in a way that nobody's asked you before, but how did you kind of come upon the community? Were you looking for the coin, or did you hear about us? The community?
No, the absolute legend hexologist onboarded me. He's followed me for years.
That's right.
Like I said, I've been in crypto for a while, and you know, I always kind of had a platform, and he's me as far back as I can look. I think he's been following me since like 2019, 2020, and we'd had interactions all the way back. But I had no idea who he was. Like I've said it before, but I always apologized to him. Like, bro, I had no idea what a big deal you were. Like, I never investigated further. He was always just, to me, like a reply guy that I would always have fun with in my comments. And he never tried to show me hacks or anything. And I end up one day, I just made a list of all the coins that I thought were going to do well, like in, you know, the greater crypto sphere. And he commented under that and was like, why no hex? Why no PLS? And instead of being a closed-minded person, I said, I don't know, why not? And then it was this whole thing where he was like, set up a wallet. He sent me like $30 in PLS. The community showed up, and I was just like, wow, like what is going on here? Like I started digging in. Like once he sent me the money, now I'm looking at charts and I'm like, okay, well, this is going up and I can see this. And oh, there's an SEC case. So once that gets relieved, like there's going to be a lot of upward buying pressure. Like, so it was just like a very organic, natural thing. And you guys all have Hexologists to thank for that.
Nice.
He's the man.
Yep.
He is. Yeah.
Great guy.
Nobody's so consistent like him, for sure.
But then once I got here, you know, guys like Coffee and a bunch of other staples in the community all started reaching out. SJ, like all just like being super nice and friendly and hey, why don't you come on my stream and we'll talk about it? And like it was just such a whirlwind of awesomeness that I'm gonna be here for life.
I think it's interesting that like you only got to get into the community through the comments and the replies. That's how you interacted with Hexologist. But did you see like any posts on Twitter before that?
Well, yeah, like I've known about Hex since it was Bitcoin Hex. Like I've known about Hex since it was literally just an idea. Like I actually helped design the logo for it. Like Richard's been on my radar since he very first came out. Like I go back and look at some of the old tweets that him and I were interacting on, and like the tweets have like 12 likes, like his main tweets. Like he was not a huge account at that time. Like he was just another one of us. And you know, he initially had another token that he was planning to do, which I was really excited about because I was a miner. So like it was going to be a mining token. And he ended up changing plans, and that's when he started doing Hex. So I knew about Hex from the start, but there were a lot of delays and stuff. And I've posted some of these old tweets of me like trying to sign up and saying the email didn't come through and like all this stuff. And it's really funny. But yeah, I ended up getting distracted and doing other things, and I missed the boat on the massive hockey stick like bull run of it. And I know better than to buy into something like that. So I kind of just watched it all crash with the rest of the market, and it went off my radar again.
But did you see continuous like content of it or not?
About
really?
Hex?
Yeah.
Mostly negative. Yeah. Like
Mostly negative.
I know you guys know, like there was a giant smear campaign against it. And I remember a lot of that and all the people calling Richard a scammer. And like, I definitely remember all that.
I find it interesting that like we like in like, let's say like Hex people see like the good information and it's circling like between us. But then when it comes like from outside views, you kind of only see or find the negative stuff.
Well, that's what I talk to.
Even done on Twitter.
Yeah, me and SJ have a spaces that we do every week now. And, you know, we talk about a lot of these things and, you know, things that are like currently happening in the market and the world and all that. But I said to her, I feel like part of it is to blame on the algorithm, right? Like Twitter's algorithm was not showing me post-chain or Hex content because I'd never interfaced with it. And you guys are kind of in this bubble where you're like, oh, well, I see it every day because you're in tune with all and you follow all the people that are involved. But for somebody like me, it never came across my plate. Everything I'm seeing is Cardano and Solana and ETH because that's all the stuff that I interacted with.
Yeah, I also realized that in last September because I was invited to a blockchain conference in Barcelona, and it was a European blockchain conference, and I went there and I started talking to everybody and realized very quickly that nobody had a clue what Hex was.
Yeah, like, I think that's pretty common.
They didn't even know there was one time top 3 crypto.
I mean, there's
Ethereum.
2 layers to it, right? There's the algorithm, but then there's also the gatekeeping, right? Like Hex has been extremely gatekept, and there's also been this negative connotation about it that is completely unwarranted. So I think there's multiple things at play, but for me, it literally was just the algorithm. Like Twitter was not showing me anything to do with Hex or Postchain.
That also reminds me that we have to somehow make more outbound messaging. Like when we are streaming, I feel like we're also streaming always with each other. I mean, now it's the Hex conference, obviously, but we're streaming with all the same content creators and we're in the same bubble. And what Richard at the beginning did, which was actually very fun, is to have these debates basically on a regular basis. He was debating all sorts of people who had a different point of view, which made actually it very entertaining to watch. And I don't see that much. Like, or do you know anybody who's doing that, like trying to debate somebody from somewhere else?
I'm not trying to debate people, but I'm trying to onboard as many of my old buddies and stuff, like trying to just because I feel like more often than not, what I've encountered since starting to try to onboard people is a similar case to mine where it's just not on their radar at all. Like they're not intentionally ignoring it. They're just not aware of it and aware of all the cool community that's been built and stuff like that. Like they're so focused on SWI or ADA or whatever their like main coin that they're using and playing, like that ecosystem they're playing in. Like they're so hyper focused and their algorithm is so like set on just showing them that content that they don't even see you guys.
You know, when I first came upon Richard, I was a big fan of Token Metrics and Ian Bellina, who had taken $20,000 to $5 million in 2000.
Ian Bellina.
Yep. So Richard came on to one of Ian Bellina's podcasts in early 2020. And I watched those two kind of duel and kind of in a friendly way. And I know Ian didn't agree with him in every aspect of, but Richard, I watched this from a new person in crypto and said, wow, this guy's really an interesting guy. And ever since then, I started following him. And within probably 2 or 3 days, I bought Hex. Like I literally didn't know anything about it. And then I heard this, Big Pep, who was streaming a lot. And I went on to, started following Big Pep, and I was just wondering, well, how do you stake this, and how long do you stake it for? And he didn't offer any financial advice, but it was fun to create a staking ladder. And I know staking ladders are controversial sometimes, but hey, it's a great foundation for me because I understood the reality of I grew up where I would put money in CDs, cutting grass, painting houses, etc. I would put $1,000 in, and it'd come out a year later, and it was $1,200. Like I got the whole concept of the CD, but when Richard shared that, I didn't buy into the coin itself. I didn't buy into I bought into the concept of it being a certificate of deposit, and I bought into probably more importantly to Richard Hart.
Yeah, I think outreach is definitely important, and it's something that I don't know how you necessarily foster that, but Richard was always kind of the Michael Saylor type of Hex, and he can't be right now. And I don't even know that he wants to be when he comes back necessarily. And you need somebody that's willing to go to bat not against, but like to have spirited debates and conversations with other people. Like in the early days of Bitcoin, it was Andreas Antonopoulos, and that's who got me into crypto. And, it was because he was going on Joe Rogan or going on this or that. Like he was a very public figure, but he was just a community member. Like he wasn't the founder or anything like that. And it's the same with Saylor. Like Saylor's everywhere. He's going on like business talk shows and stuff and just promoting Bitcoin. Obviously, he's incentivized to do so with MicroStrategy and all that. But like Hex needs somebody doing that. Like we have a lot of people doing it here for the community, but I feel like it would be good to have people like going outside of the community. I know SJ's in the chat. She's been going to events, trying to talk to people outside of here. She had an interesting interaction with Edge Wallet, and they were actually kind of like on board with Post Chain and Hex, and they support it. And I think it's cool to have people that are out there trying to make inroads with the other communities rather than just bashing them or making them enemies.
I actually do that too, that I go to meetups, but like general crypto meetups or conferences, and then I talk to people about it. And we keep following each other, I mean, with those people who I connect. So there's definitely something going on, but I would also love to like stream with people from other communities. And now with the whole Interpol stuff, I got really like furious about it, and I started just like commenting below everybody who was talking trash about Richard, and was like, "Come on, let's have a talk, or let's have a discussion." But nobody wants. Okay, usually they have much more followers than me, but
I think they're also scared though.
I mean, to talk to a 3,000 followers guy. I mean,
no. Like I'm saying, I think like somebody, I'm not gonna say me, but somebody that has the amount of followers that me or even greater. Like I think a lot of these guys are afraid of like rocking the boat or bucking the status quo and having their own followers start to attack them for supporting Hex. Like that's a real thing.
I don't think it ever even needed to become this. It was just because Richard wouldn't basically pay people off like the typical influencer playbook. Like he got he wouldn't pay bribes to exchanges. He wasn't really friendly with exchanges. He was telling people to get off exchanges, use their own keys, making Uniswap popular. And then I just think, yeah, well, like you said, it was such a like a 90-degree to what everybody was used to. I remember back in the day, like, he said he got kicked out of a Telegram chat because he was in this influencer's Telegram chat. They kicked him out because the Bitcoin maxis kind of turn on you if they think you're in their camp, and then all of a sudden you make a token. Yeah, you know, kind of like everybody, right? We see that in our community too.
Everybody, literally every day, oh, you better not make a token. Like I'm just like, what? Like,
oh no, the morality police are after you.
Yeah, but no, like you're right, and you know, one of the biggest things is like, I think Richard, he did himself a bit of a disservice making all the influencers enemies. I'm not saying he should have paid them, but like he kind of went to war against them and like just threw them all under the bus. And like those are people that have influence. So like now you have these people hating you and your project because you talked badly about them, whether you paid him or not.
Just like kind of stick up for him is that he never threw the first punch, right? A lot of these people would say a lot of like literal libel and slander, right? Just make shit up. And
there's
just,
a lot of that.
When that happens to you, like that's actually what originally urged me to go make YouTube videos about Hex, like in the first place, is that I hated seeing some guy that, you know, built trust with me over the past 5 years. I listened to his self-help stuff. I listened to all his Bitcoin wisdom. And then all of a sudden, I think this new project is really awesome. I'm super excited about it. And I couldn't find any good content anywhere. It was all just people calling him names and saying it's a scam. And I'm like, am I the only one?
The maxi started
legit?
that.
Yeah.
The Bitcoin maxis absolutely started that. And I think it stemmed from him trying to use the Bitcoin name initially. It was what you said, like switching teams, creating your own coin, but also he tried to call it Bitcoin. Like that's going to piss them off. Like,
well, he realized too, because he would shit talk Roger Ver about Bitcoin Cash, and then he did the same thing. And he was at some point he was probably like, "Oh wait, yeah, I should just call it Hex."
And Hex is such a cool name. Like I wish he would have just went straight with Hex. Like it's an awesome name.
It's like a spell. It's like we're all under a spell.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when you are in a community and you think like the community, and Richard was really loving Bitcoin, so obviously he wanted to make a version which is better or according to his beliefs. So that's why he called it Bitcoin Hex, and then you know the story from there.
I remember in the original days, I think it was only because he had the bitcoinhex.com domain name. And he was just, he bought up a bunch of Bitcoin related domain names, and he thought the Bitcoin Hex domain sounded cool. And then he was super excited. Like he was so excited when he got the hex.com domain name, because it's a 3-letter domain. And it actually used to be Helsinki Exchange. But when they gave it up in whatever, 2020, he was like, this is the only time I've ever seen him do this, where he's like, there might be a really big announcement tomorrow. And everyone was like, oh, what's he going to, like, Richard never says that. And it was literally just the 3-letter domain. which is kind of badass for marketing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I know we're going to start to wrap. How long are we going here? I don't even know how long we're going, but I just want to invite people like in the community to create their own mastermind group. I host a mastermind group. It's, a really great group. And I just invite people to create some type of mastermind group, not only within people in the community, but people from outside of the community that are passionate about crypto. And when I say mastermind, I mean, like, you can start with 2 people. I started with my friend Bill, and he and I talked every other week. And then we found Sergio, and then we found, 8, 10 more people. And then next thing you know, it's a group over 100 people. So I just invite people in the community to create a mastermind group of 1 to 5 to 10 people where you talk every week. Everybody watches all these streams, bring all the information that you hear from all the different streams, and see how you can benefit from it. So, and it's relatively easy. You create a Zoom link, you pick a time, and you just say, here, we got a structure in place for crypto. You bring people in from other communities. Like, I have no reservations bringing anyone into my mastermind group outside of the Pulse Chain environment, because I know that if I can't answer the question, I know that an incredibly talented elite group of people that can bring that leverage the entire community to bring people inside the community. So I just wanted to throw that plug in there, create something, get going on it, and I think you'll find a lot of benefit in doing that.
Absolutely.
Well, you guys did a great job of keeping Hex fun and being on the Hex conference this year. So thanks again for being on.
Thank you, man.
I had a lot of fun.
It was a pleasure. Keep it fun for 2025.
Keep it fun.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to play the intro for our next speaker. And again, thanks to all of you for coming on.
Thanks, Maddie. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. Nice to meet everybody.
The only one that ain't prepared. Oh, yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh, no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got us set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Hexicans. ICOs, pump and dumps, they always try to take you. Buy low, sell high, I'm tired of your fake news. You need a token, you broken, you wanna see some massive gains? Lambo, new crib, model wife, cash and chains. Look no further at your final destination. Don't be complacent every day when you paper chasing. Choose the best, leave the rest. Stop investing like you press the only crypto that you'll ever.
What's up, Freddie?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
That's pretty good. Like, my son plays t-ball, and we have like walk-up songs for them to come on, and it's just cool to have your own walk-up music.
Yeah, that was your song for anybody that doesn't know.
That is super cool, man. I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Well, I'm really excited to hear this is your follow-up talk to a talk that you gave at the first Hex conference. And so I'm excited to let you take it away here.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
As most of you know, I am Freddie Quotes, the writer of the Hexagon Anthem, the Furu's Eulogy, danced on some coffins. A lot of people didn't like it, but it is what it is. I'm a proud Hexagon, father, husband, follower of Christ. I stand before you again here to share the evolution of our collective journey in the crypto world. Since 2019, our vision has only grown more clear, our commitment stronger, and our community more vibrant. I return to you with an update, not just on our crypto journey, but on the very essence of what we're building together. A community, a vision, and a future where personal sovereignty and collective strength are intertwined. In the spirit of progress, let's talk about Pulse Chain, the innovation that echoes the genius of Richard Hart. Pulse Chain is Richard Hart's response to the limitations of existing blockchains and isn't just another blockchain. It's a faster, more efficient version of ETH, designed to reduce costs and increase transaction speeds. Imagine ETH, but with the capacity to handle more transactions per second at a fraction of the cost. This isn't just a technological advancement. It's a revolution in accessibility, making the decentralized future a reality for more people. And within this ecosystem, Hex and Pulse shine as beacons of opportunity. Hex, as I've shared before, is not just a cryptocurrency. It's a philosophy of time investment. With Pulse Chain, Hex's potential amplifies. It's like giving the best athlete the fastest track to run on, then the possibilities become boundless. Hex, as we know, goes beyond traditional cryptocurrency. It's an investment in time, in patience, and belief in one's future self. With Pulse Chain, Hex finds its true calling, becoming a beacon of what's possible when we marry high ideals with practical innovation. Pulse then acts as the fuel, the currency that powers the new universe, making transactions swift and cost effective. Let's shift our gaze from technology to something, though, that is even more profound: our diversity. Our strength as a community doesn't come from uniformity, but from the rich tapestry of backgrounds, experiences, and ideas we bring to the table. Diversity in thought, culture, and approach has always been the crucible for innovation in the crypto world. However, this diversity only strengthens us if we truly embrace it. Embracing diversity means listening to voices different from our own, learning from them, and integrating these varied perspectives into our collective journey. It means recognizing that someone from a completely different walk of life, or someone who publicly invests in trash coins, might just have the key to solving a problem that we couldn't see. When we open ourselves to these diverse insights, we're not just building a stronger Hex or Pulse community, we're crafting a more resilient, adaptable, and vibrant ecosystem. In this context, Richard Hart's fight against the encroachments of corrupt government become even more poignant. We're not just fighting for financial freedom, we're advocating for a world where individuals' unique contribution is valued and where freedom isn't just a buzzword, but a lived reality. Hex and Pulse are more than investments, they're symbols of this fight, tools for empowerment, and platforms for expression in a world that often seeks to homogenize. Now let's address the elephant in the room: freedom. Richard Hart, through his ventures, embodies the fight against the overreach of corrupt governments. He's not just building cryptocurrencies, he's constructing bastions of personal sovereignty. In a world where central banks can devalue your savings with the stroke of a pen, Hex and Pulse stand as defenses against such financial tyranny. They're not just investments, they're statements of independence and a testament to the belief that our financial future should not be dictated by those who do not have our best interest at heart. Being a Hexican or a Pulsican is about more than financial gain. It's about investing in a vision of a world where your time, your effort, and your freedom are respected and rewarded. Just as I urged in 2020 to invest in your thoughts, I now ask you to invest in this vision. Challenge the status quo. Embrace the discomfort of change and open your minds to the possibility that these products bring. Now let's talk about goals. In 2020, I spoke of setting audacious goals that make people laugh at their audacity. Today, I reaffirm that call, but with an added layer. Let your goals reflect the diversity of our community. Whether it's financial independence, educational outreach, or simply spreading the ethos of what Hex and Pulse stand for, your goals should echo the diverse strengths we possess as a community. Think big, set audacious goals. Remember when Richard decided to create Hex, he didn't aim for mediocrity, he aimed for the moon. And here we are, not just reaching, but touching the stars. Excuse me. Your goal should be equally grand, not just for personal gain, but for the collective upliftment of our community. Visualize this future, not just for yourself, but for all of us. Imagine a world where every member of this community, no matter their background, no matter the tokens they invest in, no matter the disagreement, can achieve their dreams because they have access to tools like Hex and Pulse. Visualize overcoming obstacles, not just personally, but as a collective, learning from each delay, setback, government attack, or market dip. Visualize our success. See yourself overcoming the hurdles, just as we've seen with Hex's development. Every delay, every audit was a step towards making it stronger. Just like every challenge you face will make you stronger, and every challenge the community faces makes us stronger. In closing, let this be your call to action. Invest in your thoughts, invest in your freedom, invest in each other. Let's fail forward together, learn, adapt, and grow. Because in this community, success isn't just a possibility, it's a promise to ourselves and to each other. Here's to creating our own luck, to building a future where we control our destiny, where we're not just participants, but architects of a new financial era. I look forward to making history together with every single one of you. Thank you, Maddie, for the opportunity. I really do appreciate it.
Hell yeah. Well, we've got a few more minutes to fill here, so maybe we can just chop it up about
brother.
Hex and everything like that. I noticed you're wearing the same suit jacket as before. I think that's really cool.
I think I wore a red one last time. I was thinking
did you?
wearing that
Okay.
one. Yeah, I was thinking about wearing it, but I was like, man, I did red last time. Let me switch it up. I'm gonna go blue this time. But
Well, you've spoken at more than one Hex conference, that's for sure.
maybe there's a chance that I've worn this at a different one. There's definitely a chance of that.
Well, nevertheless, I really like that you followed up based on a previous talk that you had given. I can't believe it's 5 years ago now.
Dude, it feels like yesterday, man. We've all been through so much. Meetups and conferences and dips and pumps and lots of fun. And I want to say something, Maddie, if I can, and something. And I know I wanted my speech today to be motivational, bring everyone together. There's, always so much going on in the community. There's so many egos, and I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. You get on a screen and there's something about, having the likes go up and the views go up. There's something to that, right? But we are all one. We're one community, and we're very diverse. We all go to different places, but I want to thank you. You constantly stream. I don't know how many weeks you've been going now. 200 and something, I think I saw.
214.
Right? Yeah, 214, man. That's awesome. And there's people that come at you, and it's kind of frustrating, but I know there's so many different walks and so many different people in the community, but there's things that the people get upset with you at that the OA does that they don't get upset with the OA about. So that's really frustrating to me, that they have expectations for you, but they don't hold those same expectations for the OA. And when you send out the invite, like you do every single time you hold a conference, I really, really, really wanted to be able to speak just to show you my support and say thank you for everything that you've done for us, man. I really do appreciate it. Maddie didn't pay me to say this. I don't have any of Maddie's tokens or anything like that, but I sit back and I watch and I see it. And I'm like, people are cool with Richard taking SAC funds to go into ETH and then hopefully using those to pump things at some point. But then they get mad when, anyone else in the community does the same thing. It's kind of frustrating, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think people don't always have all the information, and rumors abound, and there are some people that they're just trying to tear people apart and to find any little thing, even if it's not true, to hate on. And
Sure.
But yourself being an amazing example of someone who is showing up to the Hex conference, spreading positivity, and that's a particular kind of leadership that I really admire, because other people, they might say, well, I'm not going to show up because there's somebody else showing up that they don't agree with. And it's the diversity of our opinions and the strength of our leaders that is going to take us the distance here, as it has so far. So yeah, it's really great to see when people are working together.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I don't know how much time you had me up here for. I'll stay as long as you need me, man. It's always a pleasure to catch up with you. I think you're down south now, right?
I moved to Austin, Texas, just in the past couple weeks.
How is it? Do you like it?
Yeah, so far so good. I've ever since I got here, I've been planning this conference pretty much nonstop. But yeah, I mean, like even the
Have you
weather
had-
is way different than Illinois.
They say it takes 6 months to really get settled into a new place with boxes and getting stuff set up and everything, but
Yeah.
hopefully it doesn't take you quite that long.
And
Takes a
there,
long-
I would say that out of all the locations that were visited for the Hex tour, the original Hex tour that went around in 2021 with Abit and Patrick, Crypto Sparbach, they visited over 40 cities in the US. And Texas and Austin was the largest meetup out of
Yes.
any of the 40 cities, except
Yeah.
for the last one in Las Vegas, where we were doing the big conference. But so there's tons of Hexicans here. There are tons of crypto people and there's like 100 or more people moving to Austin every day from outside of our community. So yeah, it's
wild.
definitely a good place to be.
Yeah, well, I hope you get a chance to rest after the conference and
Yeah, thanks.
and soak up Austin a little bit. I've never been to Austin. There's only been a couple places in Texas I have been. I've been mostly just on layovers. I haven't had a chance to go out. So I was born in the DC area, and I'm a diehard Redskins fan. And our biggest rivals are the Cowboys. And one of my good friends, actually a Hexigan, was down there for work, and he was like, "Man, we were born to hate Cowboys fans. But everyone there is so nice. Every single time I go to Dallas, everyone is just so cool. It's hard to hate them. Like you get there and they're just the most friendly people you'll ever meet. So there's something to the Southern hospitality. That is a thing. That is absolutely a thing.
Yeah, for sure. And Texas also they don't have state income tax, so that's pretty cool. They've got different like incentives set up, so it's not as good as Puerto Rico, I guess, but it's definitely better than Illinois. That's for sure.
I saw something the other day that said the IRS is holding off on requiring crypto reporting until 2026. And I think it's probably because of all the talk of Trump coming in saying, hey, we're not going to tax crypto.
One of the reasons I saw is that the crypto exchanges, they didn't like upgrade their tech to be able for people to basically report what accounting method they're using with their crypto, whether it's first in, first out, or whether it's like a more exotic method. The IRS was doing this like heavy-handed, which would have been really bad for like OG Bitcoiners or people who've been in crypto for multiple years who have, different ways of doing their taxes legally. But this would have forced all the people in crypto to like if you didn't declare something by the end of the year, which already passed, then, you would have been in big trouble going forward, not being able to like claim the actual cost basis that you had for the crypto, basically for the accounting method that you're using. But luckily, the IRS, like they backed off and they said that people don't have to declare their method until next year.
Yeah.
Or
hopefully by
this year,
then
so.
we will have some legislation through that we don't ever have to worry about it ever again.
Yeah, totally.
That would be ideal.
Yeah, well, I'm really glad that we got to chat and that you were able to give your talk as well.
Thank you.
So thanks again for being on, and thanks for being a leader here in the Hex community.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Keep doing you, Maddie.
Yep, right on.
Have a good one.
All right, peace.
Bye-bye.
That's a Hex flex. Making money, yeah, we going by the excess. Yeah, Hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a Fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a Hex flex. Hey, that's a Hex flex. Making money, yeah, we going by the excess. Yeah, Hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a Fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a Hex flex. Hey, yeah, we up next. Shut up with that scam mess, cause we up in Hex. They showed a lot of disrespect, now they can cut the check. They had a lot to say, well, now they can't say nothing else. They had some gains, things changed, now it's nothing left. Hey, money went into some means, ended up and left. Hex is up and to the right, they up and to the left. They looking up and down, everything around wreck. Should've dropped 100 when you found Hex.
Hey, Mark Wild, how's it going?
Good. Hey, Matty. Thanks for having me. How are things?
Great. Yeah. How's everything going with you?
Absolutely great. Couldn't be more happier.
Awesome. Well, you are a Hex author and a longtime Hexican, and we've had you on the program before, but I'm excited for you to be able to give your talk here. I think we have you scheduled for 10 minutes.
That's good. Yeah, that's cool.
Awesome. I'll let you take it away.
All right, great. Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being here on this fifth conference, fifth big enterprise by Mati. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mark Wild, and I'm the author of Second Crypto Revolution: Build Generational Wealth with Richard Hart's crypto ecosystem. I've been in the Hex community since early 2020, and the book was published roughly 6 months before Pulse Chain launched, which was December 2022. I mean, the book, not Pulse Chain. By now, it's reached thousands of people and hopefully onboarded some of you. Some of the books were sold. A lot of them were given away as an onboarding tool, as a help to bring more people in. Today, however, I don't really want to talk about the book itself, since it's been 2 years since it was published. A little bit of a spoiler alert. I wanted to talk a bit more about Richard Hart's vision as being more than many people probably think of. So let's take a look at very briefly. Let's take a look at some historical events in our ecosystem, right? So what we have is Hex launching in December 2019. There is a lot of skepticism. Is it legit? Is it going to be a rug pull or whatever else? However, by the end of 2020, it seems like Hex had proven itself. The big payday marked the end of the hyperinflationary phase, and it went flawlessly. The price of Hex stabilized above 1 cent, which back then, believe me or not, it was a dream come true for a lot of early adopters. Fast forward to Q3 2021, and Hex hits 50 cents, half a dollar, right? A lot of early adopters became millionaires or multimillionaires. Hex went from just another crypto project to a major player. And I think that that's the time when traditional finance started paying attention, and not in a friendly way. So we're still in 2021 because all these events were kind of like interlaced with each other, and sacrifices for Pulse Chain and Pulse X are announced under freedom of speech and the movement banners, if we can call it like that. I remember that back then most thought it was just a legal strategy, but to me it seems it always has been a part of a bigger plan. So then came 2022, and as we all know, this is where a lot of people realized that the probably most brutal bear market ever is already here. Richard's last live stream was in July. I think it was July 18, 2022. And it certainly seemed that he knows something we didn't back then, right? And then by November of the same year, 2021, the SEC started targeting Hex influencers with subpoenas, right? Fast forward a little bit more, and we have May 2023. Pulse Chain and Pulse X is launched, and just 2.5 months later, if I'm not mistaken, the SEC went after Richard Hart himself and whatever else they thought about Hex, Pulse Chain, and Pulse X. I think for many, and especially for me, it became crystal clear this wasn't just about Hex or Pulse Chain or PulseX or even Richard Hart himself. It was about Richard building an alternative system to what we know and use every day. And that system is based on freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and the freedom to transact. Later in the same year, in 2023, Richards hired top US lawyers to fight back against the SEC. And it still seems, I guess, that he wasn't just defending his project, he was defending the right to innovate. And that brings us to 2024, right? I think we can all agree that Richard's legal team battled the SEC head on, and they've been winning. Any day now, we'll see if the court agrees with that sentiment. And Justice Richards seemed ready to claim victory, or at least partial victory. One of the most irrelevant countries in Europe, called Finland, in even more increasingly irrelevant European Union, jumps in and is trying to use some institutions, namely Europol, which some never even heard of, and Interpol, to go after Richard, right? Which seems to be yet another attack. Look, I'm sure that Europol and Interpol have done a lot of good work in general, but they've also been used to target innocent people. A lot of members of our community made a lot of research into it, and it's not that hard to find that they are not crystal clear where it comes to the institutions themselves are not crystal clear when it comes to the intentions. I can even tell you that I know someone quite well personally who also was issued a red notice by Interpol based on alleged tax evasion. I guess that sounds familiar, right? Anyway, what this means for us, okay? So Hex started as a revolutionary savings protocol, and for me, and I think for many of us, it looks like it's a movement for freedom to speak, to move, and to control your money. It's not that hard to see that in today's world, the governments are tightening control, central bank digital currencies are looming, financial systems are being manipulated, and Richard Hart's ecosystem might be the lifeline we need. Most likely it is. So I think that you don't have to love Hex, Richard Hart, or his projects. Maybe you are into another coin in any blockchain or ecosystem that might even outperform what we have here. But then I would like you to ask yourself, what good are your gains, or will be your gains, at the top of this bull market and the future bull markets, if the government or governments decide how you can spend the money? This is more, for me, this is more than just about profits. It's about freedom. If you are rich on paper or in your whatever app monitoring your gains, but you can't really access this money, or you cannot really spend it the way you want, and you have to pretty much ask the government or other institutions for permission, then what was the point from the beginning? That's what I think where we are. That's what I think where Hex is, or is going to be in the next few years, and the whole ecosystem is the answer to that. And that's why we have all these institutions trying to prevent that from happening. So I'm very positive that 2025 is going to be amazing for all of us, for the prices, for the gains. But keep focusing on a bigger picture. The gains are not everything. So stay on. that will be it for me when it comes to the general thoughts I wanted to share, the dots I try to connect, right? When you just look back this, I don't know, the last 3 years maybe, when all of these things start to happen, just one by one, right? Like in isolation, it didn't, it didn't really look like much, right? So the first events which I mentioned, like Richard stopped streaming, and for a while no one even noticed that he stopped streaming. It just seemed like, oh, he wasn't streaming for a month or maybe for 2 months. So and then okay, it was only in hindsight, I think, when we realized that that was the last stream in July, and it seems it's been for a reason. And then all the subpoenas started for the influencers, right? And then everything else which I just mentioned, I don't repeat myself, start to happen. So when you start connecting all these dots, at the same time, you see what we are building here, or what Richard actually built, and we are trying to promote. I think that's the direction. Some of you might remember, well, most of you, I presume, that Richard kept saying that he's in it for the glory. And what more glorious can be than actually building and succeeding in having this alternative ecosystem, which combines finance and communication and freedom, as in opposition to, I'm going to need to beg my bank to let me withdraw $300 to do shopping, and even if they give me that $300, then I cannot, for example, buy meat because it's not allowed, right? So that's what I think. That's why that's what we are having here in the long term, apart from just pure, hopefully, price appreciation in the near future. And that's the only way I'm seeing it. Like, you could be, and look, I do not hate on other coins. I do not hate on other ecosystems. You literally can do whatever you want with your money, and you can do whatever. Yeah, but it's again, like, I don't know, get your Bitcoin, get your Ethereum, get whatever you want. But if a Bitcoin is $10 million per coin, but you still can't do anything with it because you're not allowed to, what's the point? For me, there is none, and that's why I'm still here 5 years on, and I'm not planning to go anywhere. And whether Hex is 1 cent or 10 cents or $5 or whatever in the next few months, few years, that's only part of it. I wouldn't say it's not important. Obviously, Richard was teaching us all from the beginning that nothing really matters in crypto apart from price appreciation. But guess what? I think that that was one of the easiest way to bring attention to Hex and to crypto in general, and to the whole project, right? If I don't know, like, purely speculating, right? If 5 years ago or 4 years ago, Richard would come up with an idea and said, I'm building this alternative financial system, which will comprise of, maybe savings protocol, blockchain, and some DEXs, and you name it, what else. And this is all because, one day government is going to take all away your money, and that's why you have to, I don't know, follow me, believe me, and invest in my projects, or buy my projects, or whatever, speculate on my projects. I don't think many would listen. That was not, I wouldn't say that wasn't the case, that the governments were not already working on it. They obviously were, but not that many of us have seen it yet, and not that many people around the globe have seen it yet, and no one would be really interested in 2019, 2020 in this kind of vision, right? So I see Matt is coming in. trying to save me from repeating myself over and over again. But I hope I delivered my point, and I hope I will leave you here with something to ponder about and something to think about in a much broader way than just what's the price of Hex or any other Richard coin today, next week, next month. That would be it for me.
Yeah, you definitely did bring a unique perspective. So I'm glad that you were able to have this topic for your talk. And thanks again, Mark Wild, for joining the conference again this year.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right,
keep up the
take
good
care.
job and enjoy the conference.
Oh, thanks. And I'll bring up our next two speakers here after this transition. Thanks.
Word of Richard Hart. It's a lot of fun that I could pick apart. Hex dominated on the weekly chart. Please don't get me started. Hey, that hex so sexy, yo, yo, yo. We're upward trending, yo, yo, yo. This pulse is sending, yo, yo.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, Maddie?
What's up, Maddie? Pleasure to be here.
Yeah. Thanks for filling in for this spot, and excited for you two to take it away here for about 15 minutes. And yeah, just go ahead and discuss anything you think that's relevant with Hex.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what's funny, Monkey? When we jumped on the telephone call to discuss what we were going to talk about, we said, you know, there's probably going to be a couple different people that are talking about like the technicals around Hex. There's probably going to be a bunch of people talking about the philosophy around it, the staking features and all that stuff. And then we came up with an idea that I don't know if you've been able to catch some of the conference already, but what seems to be, I guess, a popular topic. Let's go ahead and talk about the community a little bit. I think that would be a good topic of conversation, especially as the Hex community moves forward. I think it's vitally important that we can look introspective and we can sort of diagnose if there are any issues, and we can certainly highlight the things that are going well. And I think that's a pretty good topic of conversation. So I know that you are one of the OGs, the early investors into Hex. First question that I had that I want to ask you is, can you describe, I guess, what was the landscape like in the community in 2019, 2020, 2021? What was your experience in those early days?
Yeah, I guess we could divide it into pre-pulse chain and post-pulse chain if there were multiple eras. If we have to divide it in two, that's kind of a common dividing line. Yeah, I guess the purpose of my aim in this call and our discussion, and by the way, nice to meet you. We've never been on the screen together before. This is cool. I love it. And I love this topic too, because as many of you know, I'm really passionate about this community. Like, it means everything to me. I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't have a token. I don't have a project. I don't have a large Twitter audience. I'm just there to connect with people. So the community is everything to me. And so I'm happy to talk about that. Yeah, there's a common perception, which I'm going to say isn't entirely accurate, which is, oh, in the good old days, we are all united because there was only one thing, this one ERC20 token. Richard was our leader, and we all rallied around the cause, and we did, and it was a great time, very special to me. And the bonds are with us to this day. But there's a misconception that everything was great then, and then all of a sudden it became not great, and there's all this division and conflict. So my first counter to that is, from the beginning there was conflict, and I'm going to steer this towards what's awesome about both eras. But even back in the early days, there was all kinds of arguing, infighting, conflict, and it unfortunately got heated and personal at times. A couple examples, like, you would think it wouldn't be a big deal, but stake long versus have a elongated ladder versus hold liquid. We were all trying to figure the system out, and there were some intense debates about that. oh, don't tell me to lock up my stuff 15 years. You're just trying to use me as exit liquidity, or, something like, just total nonsense. Meanwhile, nobody ever said only stake long. People said build a ladder, and here's some advantages of maybe building it out very far into the future. So there were like bitter disputes about that. And it was usually as just like today, and just as always, it was a small, angry, active minority of people that were constantly causing trouble. But that's just one example. There was also like shout out to Freddie Quotes, who was on a little bit ago. Got fired up by his speech. Good job, buddy. So he put out a couple of videos, like his coffin video. He even made reference to it. Everyone went nuts about that. This is shameful. This is really obnoxious. It's too much. No, it's awesome. Imagine like arguing with your own community about whether someone's creation is good or not. Like, and then especially they retroactively assign, oh, he marked the top and shouldn't have done that at his fault. I mean, you know how wacko people's thoughts can get. So there was conflict. And the only other example I can think of is like RG3 and Kinetics worked real hard to create some initiatives behind the scenes, like their Hex Investment Trust, which is not exactly an ETF, but it's similar to that, and it's private, and it was a lot of work went into that. A lot of people worked real hard on that, and it was just a hard sell. It's hard to get TradFi people to, especially back then, but people like hated on them and told them they're wasting their time. This is stupid. You're just trying to make money, and it really wasn't right, wasn't fair, and wasn't necessary.
And once the price broke a penny, did you sort of start seeing that division and that infighting start to quiet down a little bit as, new all-time highs were being made and, the price just kept surging and surging and surging?
Well, actually, at least those examples I was giving were even after the big price bumps. It's just let's face it, it's a passionate, very intelligent community, and people get intense, because we're the community, we're the family, and who are the people around you? These people. So if I feel like yelling, I'm going to yell at them. That's
absolutely
human nature. Happens in families, happens in college fraternities, happens in countries, it's a well-known kind of thing.
So what are you seeing now after, let's say, the launch of Pulse Chain? Pulse Chain launches May of 2023. What are you seeing now, I guess, after that point? Are you seeing, are you seeing more harmonious, kind of a unified front? Are you seeing more division? What are you seeing now?
I think since Pulse Chain launched, and even during the long phase of time where we were waiting for it to launch, it got more intense and more divisive. But there's always nuance here, so we got to break it down. It's not everyone, it's not every issue, and it's not even all bad. Like, I'm going to even make the case that division is good, and we just got to drop the weapons and remember, I'm jumping to the punchline, but we got to remember what unites us. It's really big and really important and really precious. But in terms of what the divisions that went down, there's one category of division that's inevitable, which is we're not just an ERC20 token anymore. We're a whole L1. We're a whole blockchain. So almost by definition, people are going to find their lane. It's natural. The meme coin people got excited and created meme coins on their new chain. Well, and that's a good example that I like using, because that's not my thing at all, meme coins. I don't know which ones are good or bad. I don't have time for that. It just doesn't fit into my life or my portfolio, but I'm sure as heck happy that they're on Pulse Chain and not somewhere else. So that's just one example, but we broke into the meme coin people went that way. People that wanted to build stuff on Pulse Chain went over there. The hardcore, I hate the term maxis because everyone's got their own definition of it, but the maxis walked over there. And this is actually healthy because it's like economic specialization, but applied to our community. Everybody could let their desires and strengths come out and turn into products, projects. Some people, RG3 went on tour and called it Pulse Chain Tour and decided to, his wheelhouse was engaging with people in person. So everybody was doing different things. And this is healthy. This is good because we were also larger. But regrettably, those different groups that chose their own lane and were passionate about it started hating on each other.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. So in your opinion, what needs to happen in order for that division to be cured, in order for it to be more harmonious and more of a unified community, in your opinion? I mean, obviously there's always going to be some sort of division amongst any ecosystem, amongst any group, and that's, we can talk, not just specifically about cryptocurrency. You can talk about politics, you can talk about sports teams, you can talk about any aspect of life where there's going to be a large following, a large fan base. There's always going to be some sort of disagreement amongst the groups.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what would be your prescription for becoming more unified? What does the community need to do to repair that division that you've observed?
Yeah, I guess some things are just, how do I build up to this? Yeah, that some things are just shifts up here, mental shifts, like to zoom out and remember why we're all here. So that's a mental call to action. And then, so for example, guys, it's no joke. We're on a, like it or not, we're on a mission for DeFi. And there's people that don't like DeFi that are coming after us. And it's time to drop our petty differences of EHEX versus PHEX, meme versus maxi, calling everyone a scammer that has a different opinion than you, when in reality, the number of actual bad actors or scammers, it's like, I don't even need a whole hand to count them. People got in the habit of calling, oh, you launched something, so you're a scammer. Oh, you had a sacrifice, so you're a scammer. No, a lot of these projects had sacrifices that then the resulting token didn't perform well in the market in the following several months or few years. But that's because everyone was FOMOing in the bull times. It doesn't mean that those founders orchestrated a scam. I'm sure they weren't happy with the way it, all played out either. So I guess the first thing is, and by the way, I'm directing this message towards the well-intentioned, passionate members of this community, such as those that will be watching this stream. The mental cases who just get off on aggressive insulting and trolling, and you can't reason with them, it's almost mental disorder stuff. They probably can't be helped. But I'm speaking to those of you who maybe got pulled into an ego battle or a difference of opinion that accidentally went too far. And I'm asking you it's never too late to let that go. Like there's many examples. We don't have that much time, but the one that hurt my feels the most, I think, was the EHEX PHEX craziness. And I'm going to explain why it hurt my feels. It has nothing to do with what I think about either choice. I watched it happen in real time in a detached manner. It's almost like maybe it's a superpower of being a middle-aged guy, not a hot-headed youngster like I used to be. But I watched it happen in real time, where you got for lack of a better term, let's call it the EHEX people and the PHEX people. It's just those who are particularly defending one side or the other. I watched in real time as they misquoted, misunderstood each other. So they're fundamentally not even arguing about the correct things. And then it got too intense and too personal, which amplifies it. But I watched it happen. I watched the PHEX advocates make their case. I'm drilling down just to this one example as an example of how things get out of hand. The quote unquote PHEX people, all they were saying was, let's focus our marketing endeavors on this new chain. That's why it was created. Let's go for that. The other side turned around and said, oh, they're telling you to dump your e-hex, telling you it's worthless and it's stupid and nobody should. And no, they didn't say that. So it's a real easy misunderstanding in a way. Like you just have to, especially online and Twitter, if those factions were in the same room together, some of just talking it out, there wouldn't have been as much misunderstanding. Now flip on the other side. The e-hex advocates never said polarity is guaranteed. They're both exactly the same. Everyone should go equal on both. They never said that. All they said was, hey, there's still some value here on Ethereum. Don't abandon it entirely. Maybe it's more of a game for sharks and whales. That's all they said. And then the PX side misinterpreted that and misquoted them and said, see, they're just trying to, they're going to wreck you if you listen to them. They're scammers. So this actually broke my heart while it was happening because I watched it happen. And I almost wanted to reach out to the parties like, no, you misunderstood. Don't say that. You can still retract.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So
one example about how something can spiral out of control. So in a few minutes, we can get to what the remedy might be. But
yeah, absolutely. And that's where actually I was going to go. So we went ahead and we talked about the early days. We talked about the infighting that was going on in the early days. We talked about where we currently are, the division that we see right now. You talked a little bit about how the community can repair itself. What does a unified community look like? What can the Hex community strive towards? And how do we get there?
Yeah, well, I think to rectify this situation, since there's all kinds of different problems, there's not one hard, fast rule, but I'd say mentally reflect on why we're here in the first place. Just like you would if you had like a fight with one of your best friends. That son of a, how could he say that? I'm going to get it. Then you zoom out and say, hey, we've been friends for 10, 20 years. He's always been there for me. But by analogy, here we are in the Hex and Pulse community. Like, remember what brought us here: DeFi, self-sovereignty, control your own keys, all these things that we kind of take for granted now. It was pretty radical at the time. Yeah, I like Fast Abdul's suggestion. That's a good one. Should have thought of that. But the first thing is just a mental shift. Just remember what brought us here in the first place. And remember how awesome we are. Now, by the way, this is not to be confused with people like to mock this and say, ooh, it's kumbaya people. No, I'm not saying invite 3,000 hexicans to your wedding or your Christmas party and you're all best buddies for life. No, I'm saying find your favorite subgroup and friend group and chat group, either free or paid for, and go be your best self with those people. But remember that in the big picture, we're one community filled with brilliant, passionate, motivated, smart people. We each have our own lane, and we are to celebrate the lanes that the other people are on. So I want everybody to like make that mental shift. If you're feeling resentful or bitter or, oh, this community isn't what it used to be, I'm telling you, if you look at your Twitter feed, it might seem that way. But if you look from any other direction, like the real life meetups or the kind of the private groups, people have started poo-pooing that, but private groups were created out of like a necessity to keep out the trolls and the insults. And it's a more pleasant place to be. So I'd say same thing. Stop calling everyone a scammer just because you don't have the same opinion as them. They're not a scammer. Maybe their project failed. Maybe they're bummed out about it. Maybe something was high risk and not enough people came in. It went to zero. Remember how we always used to be mad when people called RH a scammer? We're like, who was scammed? He's not a scammer. This coin may not be for you, but it doesn't make it a scam. So we don't want to be hypocrites and call each other scammers when in fact it's not the case. But we are to celebrate this whole chain. Like, as just one example, we got 4 dexes. We got PulseX, 9-inch, 9mm, and PHUX, each with different feature sets. I've used all 4 of those. Maybe there's more, but those are the main ones. And like, you don't need to be you don't have to have one of those be your favorite and hate on the other group. It's just out of control. We need all of them here. And the same thing with all these wonderful ragtag pirates in our community. So I'd say
Absolutely.
it's time to zoom out, celebrate ourselves. Yay, us, yay. But it's for real. They're coming after DeFi people. The banks and the centralized exchanges have the lobbyists and the power. That is still the case. There is still legislation on the table so that DeFi websites have to do KYC or they're sanctioned. This is big stuff. All this petty bickering, like the best thing to do if it's destructive. The best thing to do, what I want you to do, even if you think you're right, even if you want to call somebody out, something you disagree with, direct that energy instead towards
Uniswap.
Yeah, actually.
Dunk on Uniswap every chance you get.
And shout out to the people that are already doing that. I see you.
Any final thoughts, Maddie?
The people to troll are the banks and the central exchanges or the haters of our whole community, not each other. Even if you think you're right. The best thing to do is just, if you don't like somebody, ghost them. Just ghost them, ignore them, unfollow them, whatever. But the trash talking has to stop because people on the outside see it and say, I don't want any part of this.
I agree with everything you guys have said. And, that it's been an important segment that you guys have reflected on and brought out. And as Corey Geary says here, Hex Monkey is spot on. And so you both did a great job with your talk. And I want to thank you for being on the conference.
Absolutely, man. Ton of fun. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, thanks so much, Maddie. Great to
be
here.
And what we've got up next is an 8-minute ad that goes into the PH ecosystem. Like Hex Monkey was saying, there's a decentralized exchange and more. And so I'm going to play that, and then we'll have a 9-person panel come on up after that. So thanks for being on, guys.
Insane staking on the East End Coast. We on 2 chains, 100 coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches so you go from rags to bitches.
The PH ecosystem was created by a group of Hexicans who have successfully migrated proven Ethereum-based DeFi solutions to Pulse Chain. This truly decentralized ecosystem replaces traditional financial intermediaries with battle-tested code, never to be stopped or interfered with. By eliminating middlemen, users can become co-owners of the system, earning a share of the revenue generated by various dApps within the protocol. I'll explain everything you need to know in this short and easy to understand video, but bear in mind that there's no financial advice on this channel. I'm just gathering the facts so my lazy friends don't have to. Within this ecosystem, fiat serves as the crypto version of a bank, allowing lending and borrowing of cryptocurrencies. It is a fork of Aave and operates as a peer-to-peer lending protocol specifically designed for the Richard Heart ecosystem, running on both Ethereum and Pulse Chain. Similar to a traditional secured line of credit where collateral, such as a house or car, is required, fiat allows you to deposit various cryptocurrencies. After depositing some of your crypto to earn interest, you can choose to borrow against it. This loan can be repaid at any time as long as it remains over-collateralized. The interest keeps accruing until you do, and combined with the volatile nature of the crypto market, this can rapidly change your collateral ratio, potentially leading to liquidation. Half of the interest that these borrowers pay to the protocol is forwarded to the lenders, while the other half goes to stakers of the fiat token, the platform's utility and governance token. This setup gives users two options to earn a share of protocol's revenue. There is no lockup period for staking fiat. However, there is an unlocking period. When you unlock your tokens, there is a cooldown process of 14 days, after which you have a 7-day withdrawal window before the cooldown process reinitiates. During this process, your stake continues to receive its share of the protocol's revenue. For those who simply hold their fiat tokens instead of staking them, their share of the rewards will be distributed to the protocol treasury. Anyway, Fame is the leverage trading platform within the PH ecosystem where users can trade various tokens with up to 30x leverage directly from their wallet. It's a decentralized perpetual exchange designed to attract users in both bull and bear markets. Fame is a fork of GMX, which outperformed every other coin during the last bear market, generating roughly $130 million in fees in 1 year, just to give you an idea. Users willing to take on a bit more risk can easily go long and short on this platform while setting triggers at predetermined prices, either as a stop loss or to take profit. However, exercise caution when using a 10x leverage play. Even a 10% downward move would result in liquidation. Traders will be traders, and this protocol provides an opportunity for you to capitalize on that. 40% of the fees accrued in the protocol will be directed to the stakers of Fame, the platform's utility and governance token. The staking process includes a cooldown period for unlocking your tokens, and rewards for tokens that are not staked will contribute to the protocol treasury, exactly like fiat. The remaining 60% of fees accumulated in the protocol will be distributed to the holders of PHLP, the platform's liquidity pool token. To provide liquidity for Fame, you can deposit one or several of the available assets on the platform to receive tradable PHLP tokens. While this token is earning you fees from the protocol, it's important to bear in mind the risk of impermanent loss, as it represents holding these various tokens as a portfolio, not just the one or two that you initially deposited. If one of the tokens goes up exponentially, you will be left with more of the less valuable tokens. This brings us to PHUX, or the PH Universe Exchange, a programmable liquidity protocol that enables fast and efficient token swapping. Within this protocol, users can pair up to 8 tokens in both traditional weighted pools, where an equal dollar amount of each token is deposited, and customizable weighted pools to gain exposure to the tokens they are most bullish on. As a fork of Balancer, PHUX is an ideal setup for providing optimal rates with low slippage, particularly for those executing large orders. DEX aggregators browsing the network for these optimal rates are expected to route through PHUX more than once, especially for stablecoins and relatively new tokens. Participants trading in and out of the liquidity pools pay 60% of the fees to the liquidity providers, while the remaining 40% goes to holders of the VE-PHUX token, also known as PHUX governors. These governors decide which pools are extra incentivized with the PHUX token, similar to the farms on PulseX. To become a PHUX governor, users have to provide liquidity to the PHUX/wrapped PLS pair and stake the prime PHUXLP token for up to a year. This process earns users non-tradable VE-PHUX tokens that not only grant them voting power to decide which farms receive higher APYs, but also provide a bonus multiplier of up to 2.5x on the farms that they provide liquidity for. Unlocking the maximum multiplier requires a huge investment, and this is where the 2PHUX protocol comes into play. This fork of Aura is a separate, unaffiliated third-party protocol built on top of PHUX, introducing a massive pool of staked prime PHUX LP available for anyone to utilize. This enables them to approach the maximum possible boost while holding tradable tokenized VEPHUX tokens. The voting power that comes with this is distributed proportionally to users who like 2PHUX, the platform's utility and governance token. Users can leverage this power to vote on their favorite pools or choose to sell their votes through auctions on bribery.io, where they have the opportunity to receive bribes. While 2PHUX is still in development, it will be available soon. I'll explain the ins and outs of the protocol in an entirely separate video, so be sure to click the bell icon if you want to be notified and stay up to date on when the sacrifice phase goes live. Anyway, keeping track of all your stakes and liquidity positions in protocols like these can be challenging, especially when managing a diversified portfolio divided across various wallets. The Fatty wallet aims to address this challenge by serving as a wallet aggregator, gathering information of all your assets into one simple overview. This includes liquidity positions and stakes. In addition, Fatty also offers features like whale watching to monitor those larger players and what they're up to, along with market insights through price feeds, news articles, and YouTube videos. The PH ecosystem is an optimized version of several battle-tested DeFi solutions, specifically designed for the Pulse Chain and Hex ecosystem. I'll include some useful links in the description for those interested in learning more, or simply ask your questions in the public Telegram rooms. Share your thoughts in the comments and let me know if you found this video helpful. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already, and click the bell icon to get notified for more content like this. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Awesome. So up next, we have our panel of 9 hexagons. So excited to bring this group on after this 45-second transition slide.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term so you can keep your shirt on, so you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, everyone.
Hey. Hello.
Hi, Maddie.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Maddie.
First day of the Hex Conference. Woo!
It is the first day. We get to exit it. How nice. Save the best for last.
So glad to be here with you guys.
Alrighty,
So
so Maddie.
I'm really excited to have everybody joining here on the panel. And I figured we could go around the room and answer some different questions, everybody, and that way everybody will get a chance to talk, and hopefully we can get the most out of the hour that we have together.
Right.
Sounds good.
Absolutely, I agree.
Excellent.
Hey, Maddie, I do got one thing I need to say though. When you
Please.
put us on, make sure that all the DJ Roundtable people are in the corners.
I don't know if it's going to happen, but we can try.
All the corners.
Tell you what, Mr. Will Stevenson, Command Cadre, can you please take charge?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and take charge here. Maddie, first and foremost, thank you for bringing us all together today and putting on this conference as you have for the last 5 years. Thank you so much. For the folks at home who have never seen us before, I will go ahead and start off introductions. Hello, everybody. My name is Will Stevenson. I'm an iron worker that travels the United States. And in my off time, I like to talk about cryptocurrency with my fellow DGen Roundtable members. Oh, camera right over here. And that's what I do, and that's who I am. But before we get into the conversation today, we're going to go do a round robin, starting with Mr. Hex Ninja, then Tim, Zenith, Brendan over there, then Nate, Okeechobee, Crypty, and finishing off with KG. Go ahead and introduce yourselves for the folks at home who have never seen you before. Who are you, and what's new and exciting with you?
Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Taylor, Hex Ninja on Twitter. I've been in Hex for a while. I love this community. I've met Abit and Patrick on the tour in Vegas when they started it off back in 2021. And I just kept following them ever since. I just had so much fun at the conferences that I just wanted to keep the show going. I didn't plan on doing the whole tour, but I did most of the tour. So I'm just very glad to have met so many people in person, including Crypty, KG, Maddie, Tim. I look forward to meeting you DJ and Roundtable guys in the future. You know, like this is what I love about Hex.
Excellent.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Hex Ninja. Mr. Tim, who are you? And for the folks at home who have never seen you, what's new and exciting with you, my friend?
Well, my name's Tim, obviously, and been in Hex since day one and have had the privilege of speaking at practically all of Maddie's conferences, which I do appreciate very much. I love sharing whatever I can with people. All in on Pulse Chain and just the whole Richard Hart ecosystem. I got everything I got into it and no regrets. I love it. I'm looking forward to a very exciting year ahead. We've got so many things that are lined up for our benefit to experience some real explosive growth. And I hope you all be a part of it. Just doing my crypto thing and living my life and just glad to be here.
Excellent. Thank you, Tim. Mr. Zenith, for the folks at home who have never seen you before, who are you? What do you do? And what's new and exciting with you, bro?
How's it going, folks? I am Zenith of the DGen Roundtable, as Will just said, but I'm a bit of a budding legal expert under the stewardship of our good friend Nuclear Herbs. And other than that, when I'm not reading court documents for fun, I'm also watching Jerome Powell on the Federal Reserve press conferences. Yes, a bit boring, but it is what it is. So if you have any questions about the Richard Hart legal case or any of the legal case surrounding, go ahead and save that probably for the Thursday show. The first segment, I'm going to be hopping on there with Nuclear Herbs, and that should be a good time. But other than that, Brendan, how you doing, big dog? Good to see you.
Zenith, I feel like we were just doing this last night. Great to see you, buddy.
What? Yes.
Busy streaming week for us, but super happy to be here. Want to give Maddie a thanks. I think this is my third or fourth conference that I am speaking at. Very excited to be here. Very excited to see some new faces, some old faces alike. Not by age, but just in time in the Hex universe and the Pulse Chain universe. And, I just want to tell people, be excited, because what's going to happen in 2025 and beyond in this ecosystem for Hex, for Pulse Chain, it's really going to change lives. And I know it's very easy for FUD infighting to happen when there's red candles. When those green candles start to take off once we're above sack rate, things are going to change. It doesn't mean that we won't fight sometimes, but we'll be a little bit more excited. So I'm excited to chop this up with all of you today. And I don't know who I'm throwing this to next. I guess, Crypty, how you doing?
Oh, good. Is it going down? Are we going in a circle?
I don't know.
Well,
all the pictures got messed up, so
we'll go ahead and go with you, Crypty. You'll go next. Okeechobee will go next after Crypty, then KG, then we'll finish off with Nate, and I'll toss it back to you, Crypty, after that. So, Crypty, who are you? For the folks who have never seen you or heard of you before, who are you? What do you do? And what's new and exciting?
I'm Crypty. I'm a Gen Z girl in crypto, and I was blessed by SkiCat back in December 2020 with 3 million hex that I staked out 2 million of it for 15 years, and I laddered the other 1 million hex, staking it all the way up to 15 years. And I feel I'm just here to pump our hex bags on this conference, and my goal is in the future to lead a really big humanitarian project with my hex gains. So that's who I am.
Excellent. Good to see you, Crypty. Welcome to this little chat. Mr. Okeechobee, who are you for the folks who have never seen or heard from you before? And what's new and exciting with you, my friend?
All right. Yo, it's Oka. I'm a Twitch streamer, gamer, music artist, content creator, and I've been in Hex since 2021. Ever since I took dollar cost crypto and cultivate crypto mindset course. Shout out
Moon Gang.
Yep. And what's new and exciting? Oh, I also have a song, Pulse, the Pulse Chain Anthem. If anybody hasn't heard it, it's out on YouTube with the animation music video. And what's new with me is I'm gonna be recording more music this year, not crypto related, but songs that I've wrote like going all the way back to 2012. It's kind of like what I've like prepared for. So yeah, more music coming soon from Oka.
Get it,
Excellent.
man. Hell yeah.
Love to hear it. Mr. KG of Internet Money, who are you? What do you do? And what's new and exciting with you, amigo?
I'm KG of Internet Money, as you said. Well, I am the founder of Internet Money Wallet. And for those that don't know what that is, it's the only wallet in existence that is built by the Pulse Chain community, native to Pulse Chain, optimized for Pulse Chain on Android, iOS, and Chrome. So what have I been doing? The last 3 years, we've been building the best wallet in crypto that does everything you need for Pulse Chain and can completely replace MetaMask right here, right now, today. And what's new and exciting is the next big feature that we're rolling out is going to be a fiat on and off ramp to many different chains, but most importantly, a fiat on ramp directly into Pulse Chain. And under certain dollar amounts, we'll have no KYC. So Internet Money Wallet, fiat on ramp into Pulse Chain, no KYC, coming soon on Android, iOS, and Chrome.
Wow. Oh man, I'm getting that right away.
And I saw a super chat for that. So I don't know if that was pulled up or not, but whoever gave that super chat, shout out.
Absolutely awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, KG. This is going to be a good conversation. Then finishing off in introductions, Mr. Nate, the Ascending Man. Broski, who are you for the folks at home who have never heard of you before? And what is new and exciting with you?
Well, I am the Ascending Man with DGen Roundtable, and I am always looking to ascend my crypto gains, and so that's why I go around with these fabulous people, always looking to see, hey, where are the deals at, and what more can I do to perhaps create some money printers, so that way, I can have passive income.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, now the folks at home know who each and every single one of our panels are. Our panelists, excuse me, we do it live, and we'll go ahead and jump on into conversation. Miss Crypty, you had said earlier back in the green room that we got some fun and fantastic little topics of conversation to go through. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it to you. You said you have a question for some of the panelists. Let's hear it.
Yes. Okay. Question after. I'm going to share with you an idea that I think you'll love. So I was brainstorming, and this moment of inspiration hit me while I was lounging on the couch in my living room. And I was thinking, we need more exposure, visual exposure to Hex again, like we had the last bull cycle, where we had planes going over the state fair in Oklahoma showing Hex.com. We have the cars in the NASCAR races, and we had all these big visual things. So I thought, we need something this cycle, right? And it was just around the Thanksgiving time, and I thought, oh my gosh, how cool would it be if we had a giant Hex icon balloon in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade going right through New York City that millions of people see? How cool would that be?
That sounds
How cool. So I think we should try to make that happen.
We should make that happen.
It's on my list to make it, to research what it would take. But if you guys know anyone in New York City that has any connections, then let me know. But yeah, what do you guys think?
I think it's great.
I like that. That's super cool.
Certainly a way to get eyes for sure. The
We would
idea
need
that
someone to make the balloon. So
it's details.
Yeah.
That seems like a big detail for a big balloon, but whatever.
Let's start with the idea. We have the idea. The next is, how do we make this idea come to fruition? How do we get a spot in the parade? And then we figure out how we make the balloon.
Forget it. We sneak it in.
But look, I love out of the box ideas to bring eyes to Hex into the Pulse Chain community. I think this is a good one. I think that New York is obviously the epicenter. People from around the world are watching the Macy's Day Parade, like 100 million people probably. Actually, I have no idea how many people actually watch it, but I know it's an absolute ton of people. And that might be one of the things that could bring the most eyes to Hex out of any event in the world. Pretty crazy.
It would be epic. We could have this giant Hex float, have Hex.com all over all sides of the float, have a big Hex.com on our Hex icon balloon. We could have everyone could just fly into New York City, whoever wants to be on the float, and they could dress up and be part of the float. Good vibes, like Ferris Bueller dancing and everything. We could have a marching band with people the marching band have the Hex colors on the uniform, and they're playing the trumpets. And confetti.
We need like a Statue of Liberty holding the hex instead of the fire.
Ooh.
Oh,
Just
wow.
swap
That would actually be really
That is a
cool.
cool
That
idea.
sounds good.
You know, it's interesting regarding public exposure. I put the number 55 on on the doors of my car because that was the number of the NASCAR that some people sponsored. Every single person who asks me, what's all this stuff on your car? They always ask me about the number 55 first.
Dude,
Every single time.
I get the same thing, man. I put 5555 stickers on the side of my truck, and like anytime anyone's asking me about tattoos, they're always like, "Hey, what does the 4 5s mean on your arm? What is that?" And I always tell them, "Oh, that's like delayed gratification. Have you heard about the marshmallow thing that the teacher did?" And I launch into that little story, whatever. But like they no one ever asks like, "Hey, what's with the bullets? Like, what's with like the kanji? What's with the thing on your neck?" It's always like, "Hey, what's with those 4 5s on your arm?" And it's
right.
like, it's so perfect. It's so sticky because people, I don't know, something about numerology, man. Folks just love fun, fancy numbers and things.
I just thought it was a tattoo of a captcha, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
that's
very good marketing technique, the 5 5s. Yeah.
Speaking of marketing, though, and New York City, I think some of the best marketing that the Hexagon community does, though, is all the in-person events because it's easy to get people together online, and we're very thankful for it. But at the same time, when you actually see people IRL doing the thing with their actual face attached to the product that they're advertising or supporting, that's the next level of support there. And by the way, I think we really showed up and showed out in New York City. We literally overflowed a federal courthouse when typically 0 people show up to these things. That was an absolute blast. And we even packed the art gallery the next day. So if you can, like, please show up, hang out with Hexkins, and actually like be out there and show your face if you're willing to, and be actual people supporting and not just random anonymous Twitter profiles that you don't know if it's a real person or a psyop.
You know, it's not only that too, but like when you go to these meetups, I mean, you're meeting real people, right? So like you can always be a fake person online, but when you actually show up to meet someone face to face and you go to dinner with them, you're like, wow, you're a really cool dude. And you can never get that while we're just sitting here in a room like this talking, right? We actually need to meet up and have good times together. So I do agree with you there, Zenith.
And it's amazing how all the friction dissolves when you're talking to someone face to face. People have no problem fighting on the internet, but when they're face to face, that all changes. It's just, you know, you see a real human being in front of you. They're not just a digital avatar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. One of the problems that a lot of people have is usually like context with text, right? So like say Twitter, as soon as you start just doing this on Twitter, next thing you know, things are taken out of context and now you are getting offended and now it's a battle, right? Versus if you are talking face to face, you're able to, you know, get that body language as well as like tone and all that. And it's like, okay, well, I can understand that we're having a real conversation, not an argument here. And I think that's extremely healthy. So yeah, definitely face to face, or even like if you start running into moments like that, like even just getting on the phone, right, calling people, I think that's something else that's really important. Just hearing someone else's voice is just vital.
Well, yeah, real life direct transmission of energy is probably like I don't remember if it was I think I heard this first from Aaron Clary, but Richard Hart says it all the time too. Is it just like people are one of the most important things in life? So if you're not going around meeting other, like it's great to be rich. It's great to have all these hex balloons and all these cool hex stakes and these Lambos and this like neat islands all over the places. But like if you don't have people in your life, if you're not going around meeting the folks that you're building community with and going through like cool harsh experiences and reinforcing relationships with phone calls and streams and conferences and doing all that other stuff, then it's like, what's even the point if you're not doing it just to hang out with more people and have more financial freedom and stuff? I'm a big believer in the real life direct transmission of energy. We've got a super chat here, by the way. Shout out to Don Montoya. Is it true that Internet Money Wallet will have a fiat on ramp directly into Pulse with no KYC? Mr. KG of Internet Money, I think this is a great question for you, my friend. You want to take it away?
Yeah, going back to the intro, we will very soon have a direct fiat on-ramp into Pulse Chain with no KYC. Now, we're here talking about Hex, right?
Mm-hmm.
One thing that a lot of people don't realize is that within the Internet Money Wallet, all the Pulse Chain, Hex ecosystem things that we believe in are already natively supported within the Internet Money Wallet. So when you're out there onboarding, the easiest way to onboard somebody into Hex is about to become download the Internet Money Wallet, pull out your debit card, buy some Pulse or ETH, swap right from within the wallet, buy Hex on either chain. There is going to be no easier way in existence to acquire Hex in a very short time. So then it becomes, if you're not onboarding people into Hex or Pulse Chain through the Internet Money Wallet, you're making the user experience worse for the rest of humanity, and you're hurting everybody else because of it.
That's such a good marketing
So
speech.
if you care about Hex and Pulse Chain, you use Internet Money Wallet, or you admit you don't care about Hex and Pulse Chain.
Jeez. You know, I'll admit I've had a lot of people. I've had a lot of people that they're like, hey, I want to get into this crypto thing. You know, what can I go? Where can I go? And of course, you know, I'm like, hey, you need to go check out this Pulse Chain thing. But unfortunately, it's really difficult for newbies to get on chain itself. Usually, it's just, I mean, even if they do get on chain too, it's usually like only MetaMask. There you go, bam, and it's done. So it's really difficult. If you can get something like, hey, just download this wallet, and then there you go, you can bring your money in and buy Pulse with it. That would be absolutely huge. And this has been one of the, I want to say, one of the biggest issues we've had that I've been saying since last year, that what Pulse Chain really truly needs is an easier way to just get on the chain itself, you know? And I guess that's where the idea of the centralized exchanges come from, right? But I mean, the issue with those is that you need to basically bribe them to actually put your coins on there. And even after you bribe them, like a certain one that we're not going to talk about right now, it's like they just take the money, run off, and then delist it again, you know? So yeah, it's tough. But I do think as soon as we get a dismissal from the SEC, I believe we're going to get that, by the way. I do think that it's going to be so much easier for all these exchanges to be like, hey, you know what? This is actually good. And they'll start listing it at that point. Open the floodgates.
No, you're completely. Please
take it away, Ninja.
That news about the Internet Money Wallet is huge. You know, it's a lot of motivation for me to get rid of these cards, which you can't see. Let's see if I can. There you go. So these are just like stock promotional cards that when I go fill up my car with gas, when I go to the ATM, I just leave in the slot where you put in your debit card, right? So this is like kind of grassroots shilling. And having a direct fiat on ramp with Internet Money, I'm definitely going to update this card and put that on there, because that's just like super easy steps to get people directly onto the chain. Because that, like Nate was just saying, it's such like a hurdle for people mentally to be like, wait a minute, like none of the normal apps that I've heard of like list this thing. I have to like use a bridge to like swap. I have to buy 3 different things to buy the one thing that you're talking about. Like it doesn't make any sense. So with this, it's just like, oh no, it's just this cool app called Internet Money, which is like a great brand just in itself. And then it's like, yeah, then it's like Hex. Okay, cool. Done deal.
Yeah, you could, the business card could now be a QR code.
Nice.
That takes them right to the app step. And it could literally be buy Hex in 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. Just like that. And and it's 5 to 10 minutes max from the time they would download the wallet, save their seed phrase, you know, put their debit card in, get the, I mean, we're talking someone is going to have Hex in their wallet in 10 minutes or less. You can't even do that right now if you were already set up on MetaMask on Ethereum, unless you were already versed in DeFi. But that is the biggest thing holding us back as not only Pulsicans, but Hexicans, is the ease of use and accessibility. Look at Ethereum. You could buy it anywhere. I could, on every fiat on-ramp, it supports Ethereum. Every centralized exchange supports Ethereum. Basically, every wallet supports Ethereum. We don't have that on Pulse Chain. That's okay, because on one hand, that's opportunity. The harder something is to acquire and access and use in crypto, usually equates to you're in early, yet you are the one who's going to capitalize on the opportunity the most. Are we going to make X's on Ethereum? Yeah, probably. But how high is it really going at this point in time? Those major gains were already made when the people who knew how to access it could and did. If Pulse Chain is to be successful, we're those people now. And so by making things easier and we as a community talking about the things that are making it easier for everybody, it's going to help the entire ecosystem grow. All the protocols you believe in, all the tokens you believe in, Hex, insert token here. Internet money's making it easier, and the more people that support it, the more the ecosystem will grow.
KG, while we're on the topic of things in the system, as a dev yourself, do you look around Pulse Chain and the Hex ecosystem and like think to yourself, there's something missing here, or there's space or a niche for people to build a new project that just doesn't currently exist?
You know, I think at this point in time, from a technical standpoint, we have every project we need. Yes, there's always more stuff. We could have more games, more dexes, more this, more that. Yes. But we have everything we need. What we don't have is ease of use and really large, widespread support from the influencers in this community for builders. Not just internet money. It's that the people who have the most reach and the largest voices are the people most reluctant, and reasonably to some extent, most reluctant to talk about the builders in this community. So that really, it's not the technology that we're lacking. It's the ease of use and the support. Your channel, you guys support the builders, and that's incredible. We need everybody at every level supporting the builders.
That's fair. Ease of use is definitely something that will help onboard more people. But one of the key tenets of DeFi and crypto in particular is like the whole not your keys, not your coins thing. And if you give up that seed phrase, you are absolutely wrecked. So how do you balance ease of use with good fundamental security?
Man, the biggest thing in hot wallet security is give people the ability to use hardware wallets, right? That's very important in terms of security. But also the internet money wallet doesn't collect any data. And when I say no data, I mean absolutely 0 bits of data, which I don't know another wallet that can actually say that. Insert wallet you think does that, and it probably doesn't. I don't know of another wallet in crypto collecting no data. That is huge because we don't know anything about anybody. And it's not just seed phrase, it's IP addresses, it's phone type, it's nothing. So a lot more goes into security than just how is the seed phrase stored. Obviously, that's a major part of it. But to ultimately answer your question, the way that we balance ease of use with security is just making sure that every feature that we implement has security in mind. And it's kind of an abstract answer because there's inherent risk in hot wallets. So there's a degree of the technology that exists that we can't really control, but we make sure everything stays on the user's device. We make sure it's encrypted for that user only. And none of that data in any way, shape, or form comes back to us. And our code is completely open source, so anybody can verify that. So we're constantly getting, publicly audited. We have security audits available on our website, and our entire dev team, everybody who touches the internet money wallet is American-based, 100% doxed. We know their social security. We know where they live. And now that won't prevent anything, but they're going to think that if they do something wrong, we know exactly who they are and exactly where they live. We know who they're related to, and they will be held to the full extent of the American government. They can guarantee that, and they know that. So security is completely multi-tiered and multifaceted, and we truly take it into account in every little aspect of what we do.
Hey, KG, quick question. Zenith, sorry, buddy.
All good, brother.
Would it ever be possible to build an application with an internet money wallet where you could actually stake your Hex also directly from the wallet? So like you could now swap coins, you can stake your Hex, you can onboard and offboard fiat. Like you could almost build like a Richard Hart ecosystem wallet that literally does everything. Is that something that could be possible in the future?
It's possible, and it's on the roadmap. What our initial aim was is to check off all the quote basics, right? Security, no data collection, privacy, and then things like in-app swapping, because we have cross-chain swapping as well between 27 different chains. We are now coming out with the fiat on-ramp. So we wanted to get what we felt was a fundamental baseline for what a wallet needs. And then we can start to get really cool in these types of things, like building a front end for hex staking right from within the wallet, where you can, some of us that use Staker, while it worked, very cool technology. Well, that can be implemented in such a way that what happened with Staker won't happen, right? So basically having that whole dashboard of tracking your hex stakes, staking right from within the app, you name it, consider it yes and on the roadmap.
That's awesome.
That's super
That
cool,
is
man.
so bullish.
Yeah.
Actually, I feel so much relief just hearing that, because you're very much enabling the financial revolution. And we know it's on Pulse Chain, but you're enabling that. So thank you, KG. It's like, yes, it's coming. Yay.
Yeah, I mean that's very huge because like even when onboarding my sister, I'll let her know, no, grab ETH on an exchange, send it to the bridge, go on Pulse Chain, go to PulseX, and then when she wants to do it again, what do I have to do?
Exactly.
Like now, if
Exactly.
now if you can just do it in like less than 10 minutes, not only is it easier for the person doing the onboarding, the onboardee can now onboard more people easier, and it can just MetLife all the way to another 10,000x. So that's definitely huge for the whole ecosystem.
I'm glad
For sure.
you both see that and you all see that. And the more that people support us, every person in the community supports Internet Money. We already have, we're about to hit 62,000 downloads. So we already have widespread support. But the more that everybody continues to support Internet Money, it truly is. Yeah, of course, we want to be a successful wallet product naturally, but it really does help the entire ecosystem. And the more support we get, the more we're able to build out these features. So it's actually compounding. Internet Money Wallet gets more support. We get better features that helps Pulse Chain and Hex, that then gets Internet Money Wallet more support, that then helps out Pulse Chain. It just becomes a compounding interest effect for benefits of the ecosystem. Because when you're out there interacting with crypto, people are using a wallet, unless they're on a centralized exchange and they stay there forever, or they're a gigabrain developer who's running blockchain through their command line. 99.9% of humanity that's in crypto is using a wallet. Look at all these blockchains. Look at Cardano and Ethereum and Solana. They all have awesome wallets fully supported by their community. Pulse Chain doesn't have. Pulse Chain has the awesome wallet. It just needs full community support, and we're getting there. So more that people support it, better it's going to get.
Love it. While we're not too far away from the hex staking idea, I did have a question for the panel, and please dox yourself to the extent that you're willing to. But I wanted to ask you guys if you have any like favorite hex derivatives tools, or if you use the HSIs instead of the native hex stakes. Like for example, I just pulled a hex stake out at the beginning of the year, and before I did it, I made sure to go mint all my Hedron and my COM token. And granted, it was like $5 worth of COM, but I'm like, you know what? Still something. Can buy more hex with it too.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys got? Any favorites?
COM is one of my 3 favorite coins between Hex, Incentive Token, and COM. And there's a man named Johnny Sachs who put together a video that's on YouTube where he explains something that he calls the secret weapon, which is a automatic marketing plan to use COM to benefit people who stake Hex for 15 years. I'm telling you, COM is awesome. And I just, I'm doing what I can to make it successful. I think if we get that coupon rate to a certain point, it's just going to propel the price of Hex to Saturn, man, because it's like, if you can get your cash value back in COM that you staked Hex with, that's a no-brainer. You're getting Hex for free. Mm-hmm. So that is definitely my favorite Hex derivative as far as the potential that it has to excel the performance and the price of Hex.
That is also my favorite Hex derivative, would be COM. And because they're the Hex COM fusion, Hex and COM, I just think of them on the same level, because staking Hex long term, you get free COM, and then like Tim was mentioning, you could take that COM and trade it back into Hex, and then stake more Hex, get more COM, and you have a cycle. Even especially with a high coupon rate, then you're getting lots of free money. And we need to well, I would love if we got to the point where whenever people think of Hex, they also think of COM in the Hex COM fusion, because that's such a big onboarding tool. And it's not taking anything away from Hex, but elevating it completely, elevating and promoting long-term Hex staking, which brings the Hex price up.
Yeah,
COM
I
is.
think.
Go ahead, Brendan.
No, Will,
I'll hop in after you.
No, you go first, brother. You haven't spoken in a while.
I wanted to say, like, I love the HSI system. I love the icosahedron stuff, how you can mint hedron, whether you have your hex staked natively or as an HSI, a hex stake instance, for those of you guys that are not familiar. The quick little elevator pitch for the icosahedron ecosystem is it allows you to turn your hex stakes. It gives you the opportunity, if you so wish, to turn your hex stake into a tokenized NFT, and then you can send that hex stake to other wallets. So if ever your seed phrases get compromised, if ever that wallet gets hacked or something, you have the opportunity to move your hex stakes out of that wallet. You don't have to, like, when you stake natively, the hex is stuck in that wallet, and that's perfectly fine if you're down for that risk. And that's the only way to get communist, by the way, is to stake hex in the native form. If you stake in HSI, you unfortunately do not have access to the communist token, which, you know, it's fine. It's just people need to understand this is a tool that exists out there. And the other thing that I wanted to point out is the new protocol, the actuator protocol, allows you to do something very, very similar with by staking out to a day 7,000, 5,000, and 3,000. You can mint what are called the hex time tokens, and it's HTT 7,000, 3,000, and 5,000 respectively. And when you stake your hex out to those days, you can mint a number of those tokens. I think that the protocol takes a 10% fee of whatever, like if you stake 100,000 hex, then you get 990,000 HTT tokens. You can then take those tokens, sell them on the open market, and they trade. Right now, they're trading at about 70% the price of what hex is. So if you take 100,000 hex, you stake it out, you get, like, you know, your 90. We'll just say, you know, 900 or 90,000 HTT tokens. You then swap those for hex, which gets you like 60,000 hex tokens. You then take those, stake them out to day 7,000. You get into this little recursive loop, very, very, very similar to communists. But the nice thing about the actuator protocol is that when you take your hex stake and you sell it to the protocol in exchange for those HTT tokens, those HTT tokens are worth 1 hex at the time of redemption. So whenever that end stake comes to fruition, whoever in the contract decides to end stake your hex stake that you traded those tokens for, they get that initial principal, and you get all of the interest that your hex stake has earned during that time. So you get to retain your hex stake's interest at the time of redemption, and you get to capitalize on the now value and trade it for whatever the price is of HTT that's swapping for hex at the time. So depending on how big the liquidity pools are and what the price is looking at, like, you can get into this super recursive loop where you stake the hex, you pull out the HTT, you use that to buy more hex, you stake that hex, you use it to pull out, and it allows you, at least at the prices it's at right now, it allows you to like 4x the amount of hex that you have staked after, like, until you basically get, like, you know, dribble down into nothing. That's much like that Greek mathematician dude Zeno or something like that. But it's super awesome protocol. So shout out to Alex, the magic beard guy, as Sami likes to refer to him, for making icosahedron. And shout out to Bill from C3 and the folks at the actuator protocol for making that super cool actuator. And then finally, shout out to the communist guys. Like, those are this stuff is some of the coolest stuff that exists. And, like, we're only getting started, folks. We're only 5 years into Hex existing. So, like, just think about the stuff that's going to come out in the next 10 years before Hex finishes its first true, like, cycle. So, Brendan, I want to toss it over to you, bro, so you can hop right off of that. I hope I didn't steal your thunder with the actuator stuff.
I mean, of course you stole my thunder, bro, but you explained it so much better than I would have explained it. You did a phenomenal job on that. And I just want to add one thing. So you mentioned that if it's a native stake, you can mint COM token. If it's an HSI stake, you can mint Hedron. You can't mint both. If it's an HSI, it's Hedron. If it's a native stake, it's COM. Now, also, actuator protocol runs off HSI stakes, right? So if you have a native stake that's staked out to day 7,000, it doesn't work with the actuator protocol. So that's the only little bit of a drawback with actuator protocol is it's mostly for new stakes that are done through HSI. But it does give you ability that if you're looking to stake something, that as Will said, you can stake, take out that hex, or sell your HTC token that you took out, sell it for hex, stake that hex again, take out your HTT token, sell that for hex, take it out again. So you're actually really compounding the amount of hex that you have and the amount of interest that you earn on that hex. Now, you might not pay back all those HTT tokens. Now, you always have the ability to pay those back and get your hex back, your initial hex. You always earn your yield, and you always get that yield even if somebody redeems you later on. So if you don't ever put your HTT tokens back into the protocol, somebody else can do that and take your hex that you had put into that I don't want to call it a vault, but kind of put into that vault, that stake. You still retain the yield and you retain those HTT tokens. So those can be redeemed for somebody else's in the future, or you can sell those in the open market for something else. So it really gives you a lot of sort of liquid ability that, like, okay, hey, I'm afraid to stake out 15 years, but now maybe I'm not as afraid because I can bring some value out of that stake in case that I need it in a really serious situation. Maybe my wife's ill or something happens. It gives you an ability that it's almost like a fail-safe. Will, did you want to jump in there? It's like
I wanted to add one thing. You can mint Hedron no matter how you stake your hex. So Communist is only native and Actuator is only HSIs.
HSI.
You can mint Hedron in either one of those two protocols. So
yes,
no matter how
you have
make
the
your...
E and the P side. Yes.
So you have to stake twice as much hex to take advantage of both of them.
Well, until someone makes the HSI version 2.0 that does both, but I don't know if we'll ever see that. The original point of me bringing up the whole question was, obviously, we love everybody that makes all these great hex products, and hex itself was launched as a finished product. So if you want to keep it simple, stupid, that whole thing, just go with hex and just do that stuff. But at the same time, this is actually something that Bill was the one that really drilled into my head, because he has that TradFi background, and he was talking about the big players in markets, traders, financial types, the Wall Street folks. They love having more tools and more leverage at their disposal to make more money. And when I look out at the ecosystem and see people building on hex and iterating, whether it's Icosa Hedron, doing the HSIs, or even the Watsa NFTs, and even doing things where you can sell the HSI, turn it into Icosa, use that for auctions, go get T-shares on a discount even. And then even the communist guys that are trying to reward people and build a bond market like system where you're trying to incentivize people to go long and really incentivize those rewards. It's like the more tools we have, the better it is, and the higher chance we have at attracting some big players into the space who see the opportunity, just aside from the product, which at its face is pretty perfect, I'm not going to lie, but even more is better, right?
Add value, right? That's what all these protocols are trying to do, is add value to hex. Hex is great and perfect and immutable, never down, great, amazing tokenomics. Like, literally, how many people have copied hex tokenomics? It's literally was first of its kind. It broke the mold of of tokenomics within crypto. Like, there's so many people that have copied this, but now we're talking about, adding additional value. And this is what the builders within the ecosystem are doing. And it is amazing to see. And look, nobody's perfect. No protocol is perfect. Some people make mistakes, but if we can really build up the people that are trying to do good things and really trying to come together as a community, that's going to help bring more eyes in, and more infighting kind of drives people away a little bit. But look, you're never going to get rid of all that. But look at 9 of us on here having a great conversation. So it exists.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to think about the passion that people have too. I do think that's something. Obviously, if people are fighting and it's looking ugly, that's not a good look. But even if there are fights and you can just see that pure passion, that right there will cause people to look twice. Because right now, one of the issues that they've been having with Solana meme coins is rug pulls, right? It goes up and goes back down. Well, they kind of cracked the secret, and I can't remember the dude's name who cracked this secret, but he's becoming kind of a main character right now. Murad, I believe his name is. But he said literally, like, when I go into a meme coin, the reason why I've made so much money in them and have not gotten rug pulled so much is because I look at the community first. And what you're looking for is cult-like behavior. And ultimately that means there's a lot of passion involved, right? There's a lot of passion involved, and people want the token. People want the coin. They want to continue to be in that community no matter what happens. And if you look at Hex, I mean, it did go down 99%. We're all still here. And we're all loving where things are about to go. And that's the point, right?
Yeah, the Hex community is the strongest. It's the strongest, and it ranks so high up there on Murad's list. It should be on Murad's list, but it's the ultimate strong community in crypto, and we survived the worst bear market, and we're all here pumping our bags. So yeah, we're gonna do great this cycle, and we have to
Yeah.
keep pumping, keep pumping.
Yeah, yeah, and we're making all our voices heard. And Richard Hart's fighting for freedom of speech, which is
Yeah.
huge to live. Because like that was the main reason why I got into Hex, and just not just Hex, just like blockchain in general. Because like back in 2021, when the president of the United States gets banned off of all social media platforms, and I'm like, what is happening here? Whether you like the guy, don't like the guy, or an indifferent, that is crazy. And so when you find out that crypto is censorship resistance, and not only that, Hex is a finished product, so there's no Richard Hart tweaking the algorithm of the smart contract. No, it's done. You get in, you can stake or not stake, whatever you choose, however you want. You make the decision, and then you go on with your life. And like it's the ultimate freedom right now.
Well said. By the way, Mr. Hex Ninja, it looks like you had something you want to bring up there.
Yeah, appreciate you guys bringing up actuator finance. I've been trying to wrap my head around that recently, and I'm come to the conclusion that I only want to stake 5555. Like, especially now that the protocol is brand new and they have the yield farming opportunity to earn their ACTR token, right? So I did a Quattro Cinco stake, and I took out as many HTT 7,000 tokens as I could, which is like the same as the principal. I sold half those US dollar value into Hex, and then I started yield farming for their token. And so it's like the more people that do that and take out loans, the more of that little 1% fee goes to the ACTR stakers, right? So it's like having a loan that like pays itself back over time. And meanwhile, I know as long as I don't touch that liquidity pool that I put in there, it's like, what's the risk of impermanent loss if you're pairing Hex with Hex on day 7,000? Like eventually all your hexes, hex equals Hex, right? So it's like, what's this minimal risk of impermanent loss plus a yield farming token that generates essentially Hex, because it generates the HTT tokens, which is again like backed by Hex. So I'm like, I'll just do this and then wait for what I surmise is to be the market top, and then I'll sell some. And then like if the market crashes, well, then I can buy back my HTTs and get my original HSI stake back. Or let's say I don't know when the market top is, and I just completely don't understand the market, which is most likely, and I don't have enough fiat value to get my HSI back. But the thing with Hex is I can approximate how much Hex I'm going to have in the future based on my staking ladder, right? Because like I know how much the daily payout per T share is. I know how many T shares I have. So, I don't know how many penalties are going to be. I don't know exactly how much I'm going to have, but I can make a conservative guess. So as long as I sell less HTTs than Hex I have coming out in the future before that HTT is due, I know I'll be able to pay off and get my HSI back no matter what the price of Hex is, because I know how much, because like the HTT token is always going to be less than Hex no matter what, unless some crazy whale just like pumps the price, which wouldn't make any sense. The market would like correct that immediately, right? So I mean, like, am I wrong here? Like,
no, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, we talked about it earlier with like even the communist guys, which is that if you can incentivize people to stake longer, but then also give additional functionality to those long stakes, that theoretically is going to be possibly the best case scenario that we have. I hope I can share this with folks, but I had 3 big brain level up moments when it comes to staking. First off was Crypto Kool-Aid, really beat it into my head. Shout out to that guy. He said, T-shares and staking are the use case and the magic of Hex. If you are holding liquid Hex, you are encouraging inflation upon yourself. The second moment was actually last year in Vegas when Access Live gave his key point presentation. I really hope there's a video of that somewhere. But he showed a picture of the Hex staking chart by length and then the amount of money per coming out at each date. And then he also overlaid a healthy bond market on top of that, which is effectively staked dollars with the U.S. government, which is guaranteed to pay you out that. Which is like, oh, okay. We're not just in this to try to get quick gains on Hex, but if you can actually build a healthy ecosystem around it and incentivize people to go long like the communist guys are doing, that's going to be beneficial. And then the final one, again, was the C3 actuator guys, which is if you can build that effective bond market, not only is it creating stability, it's giving people more tools. So it's all around the T-share. The T-share is the use case. If you can understand that, you're going to do great. And I guess the final point is, shout out to Crispy Man. I'm pretty sure he was on stream earlier, if I'm not mistaken, or he's on tomorrow. But he did a fantastic stream in the past recently with Matty Allen, by the way, talking about how being a whale in the ecosystem sounds hard. But go look at T-shares in the year 2039. It's a lot easier to be a T-share whale than you realize, as long as you're willing to stake it out that long.
Yes.
And I just, sorry, Tim. I just want to say, if anyone is curious about Actuator Protocol, we have a long deep dive with them, multiple hours on the DGen Roundtable. So go check it out. I did put it in the chat. They're also going to be on later this week. So definitely watch them. Tim, sorry to interrupt you there.
No problem. I just wanted to add to what Zenith was saying about the biggest incentive to stake long term is the simple fact that Hex is a finished product. It's got 100% uptime. It's never failed. It's never been down. It's got a better track record than most blockchains. It's got a better track record than Google and the Federal Reserve and the United States government. You know, all of these things have had to shut down temporarily for one problem or another. Hex doesn't have any of that. We are here 5 years on with a perfectly operating product. And the reason that's so important is the challenge that I personally have with onboarding people, and I was sharing this in the green room, is that they're afraid to stake long term. And it's like they watch the price chart every day and, you know, they pull their hair out when they see a green candle. And it's like, you own what you paid for. It's just the value of that changes every day with the market. If you stake it, you don't have to worry about the price until your stake is due. And, you know, if people would just grasp that basic concept and just understand that we have a working product that is as integral as anything else that exists on the planet, it's like there'd be no reason for people not to put as much of themselves into it that they have available. You know, whether it's their money or their talents to make apps like KG's done, or to do marketing like Crypty talked about with the balloon. It's like even the worst of us can serve as bad examples. But it's like we all have a part to play in making this successful. So that's kind of like my outro for this roundtable.
Oh, quick comment. Guys, we started Hex with 11 million T-shares. And now we're just under 9 million T-shares because the T-shares are deflationary.
Yep.
So there's not going to be many left in a few years. There's not going to be many T-shares left. So you definitely have to stake now because we're in the 8.9 million T-share range now, and it keeps decreasing. That's all for me.
This is good. KG, I want to give you an opportunity. Oh, yeah, you're already going, broski. I was going to say, take it away, dude.
Yeah, there's a lot that was just said in the last 20 minutes. And that, while if you're out there listening, can be very overwhelming, right? You might feel like you just opened up a fire hydrant to take a drink of water. But if you take away anything from that, where else are you going in crypto that people are not only building on the base thing this much, but are building at such a level where every reality is considered. And if it's not, there's somebody in the community that's going to find a way to make that non-considered reality slightly more efficient and profitable. It is the innovation and the motivation of this community is truly unmatched by anywhere else in crypto. So if anything, all that talk should have left you feeling bullish about the power and the passion of the community. So I know that it can get overwhelming for people who all those concepts are new, but if you're one of those people, just take away how awesome that was.
Thank you. Yes. Any other closing comments?
I think we should all give a little bit of a just maybe go around the horn, starting with Will, as we did with the start, and everyone just give maybe what they want to say to everybody, like their closing thoughts, like, hey, this is what I want you to remember. This is what I want to get you excited about, or hey, you gotta be worried about this. Just give some advice to the people out there that may have either not been in Hex as long, or have been worried recently due to red candles and all the FUD surrounding the SEC, Interpol, and all the other BS going around. Will, you want to?
Brendan, is there a certain type of advice that we should not give on the internet openly?
Yes. Financial advice. No financial advice.
Where's that hat of yours?
This is none of this stuff that we talk about here on this stream is financial advice. You guys are all free to do everything that you wish to do. You can keep your back straight. You can keep your fluffy slippers on. You can have nice squeaky chairs and tell your mom and dad that you love them. You can stake that Hex Cuatro Cinco. You can sell everything that you own and go buy big giant piles of gravel. You guys are all free. That's what I would tell the folks at home. You guys are free to do everything that you want to. You're free to click that sell button. You're free to click that buy button. You're free to invest long term. You're free to invest short term. You're free to hang out here on the Hex conference with us. You're free to do anything that you like. None of the stuff that we say, like, we're all just, like, let's be honest here, we're all just a bunch of assholes on the internet, like, talking about the things that we like and telling the campfire stories that we think are the coolest. And honestly, like, there's nothing I would rather do. Like, the Hex community is some of the finest assholes I've ever met in all of my travels, in the Marine Corps, yeah, there you go. I mean,
you say that, but he probably has one.
I'm not going to confirm nor deny this, but like,
what I think
the Hex community is some of the coolest people out there, and I love the freedom, I love the sovereignty, I love the kindness, I love the positivity. Just everything about Hexkins is great. So what I would like, if I could get you guys all to do one thing, or actually two things: one, enjoy your freedom, and two, go out there into the world and meet Hexicans. Like, go to Hex conferences, go to Hex meetups, do all that sort of stuff. So that's what I would encourage you guys to do, is find people in real life and enjoy the time that you have on this earth. You only get 30,000 days of life on average, and so use them wisely and hang out. You can spend 5,555 of them staking out some Hex if really so you desire. You know, do those things. That's my thoughts on what I would pass to the audience. Mr. Tim, what would you tell the folks at home if you could tell them something?
I would build on what you said, because I haven't mentioned this yet this evening, and that is the value of the community. Get to know people in Hex, and that will build your confidence level. I mean, you don't have to like everybody, but the fact is, I've traveled all over the country to meet people in Hex, and some of these people are like family to me. It's like I would go out of my way to help certain people that I've developed relationships with, you know, if they needed me, because of what we've been through together over the last 5 years, not only with stuff coming against us, but just the things that we've cultivated just by getting to know one another. And, you know, some of my best friends are people that I consider are Hexicans. So it's worth it just for that alone. That I'm telling you, you won't regret getting to know people.
I do not regret getting to know Tim at a lovely Pulse Chain conference where we literally reviewed engineering drawings of his house. It was immaculate, I have to say. But shoot, I guess the area of expertise for me would be the legal route. And I got to say on that front, like, if you've ever heard the idea that you are still early to the crypto game, guess what? Chances are you are still early. We are absolutely early to the Hex ecosystem and the Pulse Chain ecosystem. The winds are changing and the pendulum has swung. And I think there's only going to be more winning to be had in 2025. It all started back when the SEC tried to come after Richard Hart. I know a lot of people back in the day, July 31st, 2023. I remember the day, the giant red candle. A lot of people are saying that this is the 5D chess. This is the plan. I didn't believe it then, but I kind of believe it now that he knew at some point this fight might come. And boy, let me tell you, that legal team he hired, they are worth every penny. Absolutely. Everything has been going down in it. Their responses, the actual IRL stuff in New York City, it's been phenomenal. I feel very good about it, and that's only one of the pieces going on. There's a lot of good crypto news coming out in the United States in particular. That's where I focus my research on. But shoot, we're getting wins left and right. Go look up the Fifth Circuit Court in Texas. They've had some massive wins, whether it's the broker-dealer rule getting overturned, whether it's even freaking Tornado Cash getting a win down there, of all things. Like, yeah, the wins are definitely going in the sales of crypto right now. So yes, you are still early to Hex. You are still early to Pulse Chain. The people that have stuck around this much will be rewarded at some point. Again, not financial advice, but this is just Uncle Z talking here. You are still early. You're in a great, phenomenal position. Do not fumble the bag. It's going to be okay.
Word.
I can go. Well, I can say, is Bitcoin a scam? Well, I mean, it's hovering around $100,000 right now. There's Bitcoin ETFs now, probably more to come down the line. Is dollar a scam? I don't know. If you're holding dollar, you might be hurt by inflation. Is inflation going to go down? We don't know. Is Hex a scam? Well, with Hex, when you stick your Hex, you get more Hex. You pay more Hex with the inflation. So I just say that because like I'm trying to like explain to a friend that things like Hex is a scam and like Richard Hart's a scammer, and I'm like, yo, like you really need to dig deep and try to understand T-shares because it can get complicated. But like there's all of these content creators on YouTube. This is where I learned from. I learned from Crypto Coffee, Dollar Cost Crypto, all these guys. And once I understood, I'm like, oh wow, there's something great here, and that is the community too. So yeah, not financial advice, but like if you're new to Hex, like really do your research, really look into it, and just don't see like everything you see on the internet calling Richard Hart a scammer, because like it's almost annoying because like when you understand it, it's like you get it, but like when you're trying to explain it to people, they can't see it, but eventually they will. Yeah. Who's next?
KG. Or who's
all right,
next?
thought we're going that way. So yeah, I echo the sentiment. You know, going back to what I said a few minutes ago, just going to reiterate, when you're out there teaching people about this ecosystem, remember the easiest way to get into it: internetmoney.io on Android, iOS, and Chrome. Still bullish on Hex, still bullish on Pulse Chain, bullish on crypto, and I hope the American government burns.
Excellent.
Literal hot take. Literal.
Mr. Hex Ninja, what are your thoughts, amigo? And Crypto we'll go after Hex Ninja, and then Brendan, and then we'll finish off with Mr. Nate.
Thanks, Will.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for being here. Really, of course, Maddie for organizing this for everyone. Really enjoyed my time here with you guys. Just shout out to the community. This community is phenomenal. Like, people don't realize that you can't fake us, you can't buy us, you can't do nothing. Like, this is all organic growth, like grassroots crypto. I love this so much. This hat, this shirt, these cards were all gifts to me for just showing up at conferences. So this is like incredible. This means so much to me. I'm gonna like shill my design for a second here, because for me, this is what we're all about here.
Go for it. Go for it.
Your own bank. Of course, you can't see it.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Right?
BYOB. Awesome. That's cool, dude.
We love it.
Dude, that's awesome.
Right? So, like,
looks really nice.
BYOB, be your own bank. If you're in Hex, you're your own bank. Like, I don't know what else to say. Love y'all. Thanks for having me.
Drop the link. I'm buying.
KSB.TV/shop. Shout out to KSB.TV.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Hex Ninja. Outstanding. Miss Crypty, what do you got? What's your message to the audience?
My closing thoughts are that Hex on Pulse Chain today has $22 million of liquidity, which is more than most of Murad's top meme coins. And Hex on Pulse Chain has $8.4 billion market cap, which is more than Murad's top meme coins. And with all of that, and with our censorship, CoinMarketCap deliberately putting us on page 31, with our market cap supposed to be putting us on spot in the top 30 on page 1. We're supposed to be on page 1. With all of that, no tier 1 listings for Hex. We're massive. $22 million in liquidity? We're doing such a great job. And right now, Richard Hart is fighting for the rights of the whole crypto space, for freedom of the whole crypto space. And I'm just so excited for 2025 because Pulse Chain is the number 6 DeFi chain by volume today. And we've accomplished all this with the no tier 1 listing. So we're really going to be legends this year. So I'm excited.
I guess I'm next. So I think what you're trying to say, Crypty, is you're going to fight for your right to freedom.
Yeah.
I believe that's what you just said to me.
Yeah.
Let's remix this BC Boys song. Let's get it going. Get some Richard Hart in there. Anyway, I just want to thank each and every one of you for being on this panel. This is a lot of really smart people, a lot of great Hexicans, a lot of people that are really deep into this community. And I haven't talked to all of you individually. And so this was a great time to get to know you guys a little bit. I hope really look forward to meeting you in person in the future. Thanks to Maddie. And my one piece of advice as we leave is, like, you guys have given so much great advice about Hex and Pulse Chain that I want to say, look, be ready to get rich. Like, you may or may not financial advice, but be ready to get rich, because if you get rich and you're not ready to, you're just going to lose your money. So you have to be financially ready. You have to be mentally ready. You have to be spiritually ready. You have to be physically ready. You have to improve your life in so many areas that when you get rich, you're ready for it. Okay. And so investing is not just, hey, I want to make mad gains, which we do, but you have to better yourself in a lot of places in your life to actually make those gains worthwhile in the future, because money doesn't make you happy. And if you're not okay with who you are and where you are in your life, then money isn't going to help you. So make sure that you are ready with who you are and where you're at mentally and physically, that when you make those gains, you're ready to actually enjoy them. So for me personally, if I make mad gains, I already have a plan. I have a nonprofit that I want to start in the future. So super, super hopeful that that's going to be a thing. And look, I mean, if I don't make mad gains, it's going to be a thing. But you have to be ready, and you have to plan for it. And if you don't plan for it, you're going to fail. So that's all I got for you. Nate,
Absolutely.
the Ascending Man, take it away, buddy.
Yeah. I'm going to continue on with what you're talking about. Money is nothing more than a tool, guys. And you can use that tool for many great things. You can also use it for many bad things. And so every single day, what I think you should be doing is trying to ascend to a new level. And so if you're a little bit better tomorrow than you are today, that is exactly what it is that you need to be doing. Frankly, everyone who's watching, you need to be backing up the truck into this ecosystem, in my personal opinion. Now, not financial advice, but this is what I'm doing, okay? There are so many extremely, unbelievably bullish things where you may have Solana meme coins going crazy into meme super cycle and all that going on. However, there's something else happening. And just like what happened last cycle as well, you usually have the Bitcoin halving season where it's like, okay, something is taken off, and then all of a sudden you get more things that pop up. When last time it was DeFi 2.0, right? And this is where Richard Hart just absolutely knocked it out of the park. You know what? I can tell you right now, he's going to knock it out of the park again. Okay. There's a lot of things that are just kind of boiling under the surface currently. And I mean, the prices are so low right now. What are we? We're 23x under what Cardano was when they didn't even have smart contracts, right? Maybe you should put some more money into this ecosystem and try and be as involved as possible. That's what I say. And that's what I'm going to do. And every single day, I'm going to be trying to ascend my crypto bags. So with that being said, I guess I can go ahead and send it over to maybe Will to pull us out, or
send it.
Will, before you take us out, buddy, I just want to tell people, I don't know if people remember this, but Hex all-time high was September 2021. It is January 2025. We are many months away from 4 years from Hex's all-time high. Just remember that.
I am totally happy to send us out, but I believe that our fine host Maddie will send us out because I do not have any of the stream like leader permissions. I've just been flying by the hip here. So Maddie, thank you, broski, for giving us this opportunity, giving us this platform to chit chat and just develop this friendship and talk to the folks at home and share these crazy awesome ideas and everything, dude. You're the fucking G for putting this stuff on. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and toss it back on over to you, bro. Take us away.
You guys all did an outstanding job speaking here on this panel today. I want to thank you all, as well as all the speakers that we've had so far in the first night of our 4-night conference for hexconference.com, the 5th annual. I want to thank the sponsors. Today we had fiat.io. Tomorrow we have Texit Coin. And I want to thank everybody who's tuned in and watched. Everybody liking and sharing the content. That makes a big difference. And I'll tell you, I wouldn't have been able to get the speaker that I got on day 3 if it wasn't for all the social proof that we have here in the community. And that's, I'm talking about Bobby Lee, a Bitcoin billionaire, the guy who had the largest crypto exchange in the world in 2016 to 2017 in China. And the world. So yeah, I'm super excited to be interviewing him on day 3 of the Hex conference, but we've got great content coming up all of the next 3 days. And so yeah, again, thanks to everybody for tuning in, and we'll leave it there. Until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Enjoy the conference.
Thank you for having me.
Now shout out your last things now.
Oh yeah,
thanks for having us.
Yeah,
thanks
Generous
Chill time.
It was nice meeting all of you guys.
Yes, it was great hanging out, guys.
Peace.
Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the post chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got post chain, post sec, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.